Hello and good evening and welcome to the FC Pro Draft Show. My name is Brandon Smith and I'm absolutely delighted to say that I'm joined by the legend, the Spanish legend, that's Jaime Alvarez Gravison. Good evening, my friend, and welcome to another week of the FC Pro Open.
Yeah, it's another week. I'm happily joined by you. And I mean, we have some things going on today, especially with all the players we're going to see today. So, I mean, I'm excited.
We're going to be taking you on a bit of a deep dive before we kick off the action here in Group B, Week 2 of the FC Pro Open. So let's kick it off with the important things that you need to know at home, because you've been getting involved, sending your drafts in for us. What are the squad building requirements this time round, Gravison? Last time out was a 5 million coin squad with the Thunderstruck promo. Any keen Ultimate Team players will know that on Friday night we had a new promo. So it's the same coin budget of a 5 million coin total squad value, and we had to spice things up. It's a free radioactive item that will go into this team. For those that don't know this promo, who are some of the players that we could expect to maybe see featured in these squads?
I mean, we're definitely going to be seeing Lionel Messi, probably one of the best items we can use right now in the game. Some Karim Benzema, you know, with the finesse and everything, I expect to see him as well. Valverde maybe as well. So, I mean, there's a lot of options. Let's see what they choose.
Again, some big options there. Naturally, I'm looking at Lionel Messi and I'm thinking he's got to be the player because, as you said, the chemistry boost allows you to maybe link in some of those Saudi League players or MLS players that you couldn't do before, but we're going to be having a bit more of a focus on some of those big names that will be featuring, as we said, later on in the show. You guys have been getting involved, as we said. You still can tonight. Draft.fcpro.com. Submit your drafts with those squad building requirements, and let's have a little look at some of your teams, because you have been doing it across the last week or so, and these are your most popular picks. I have to say, first and foremost, don't take offence to this, a lot of these players might not actually feature in some of the squads you're going to see tonight.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't expecting some names like Haaland, but I mean, it's a solid team. We could say it's a solid team, and we got to look at Araujo. Araujo is definitely really good.
Ruben Dias, 65 pace. I can confirm that was not me that submitted Ruben Dias into that selection, but a lot of Premier League players, as we expected to probably see. Great to see a couple of items, though, that we are going to have a big focus on now. Let's kick it off with this man, Araujo. He's just got such a build that I think a lot of FC Pro players enjoy this year in the game. What is so good about this player?
The thing is, the body type is out of this world, and the play styles, especially as we can see right there, the aerial plus, it's amazing. And then on the defensive side of things, he has pretty much every single play style you need. So Araujo is just a player you want in your team, definitely.
Well, speaking of those play styles, Gravison, you can talk us through them right now. Play styles are huge this year on FC24 because they just add the extra 10-15% onto your player, don't they?
Yeah, especially in the defending. I mean, the jockey is amazing, especially when you're playing in pro matches. You gotta trust Araujo to do some auto blocks. So I just see Araujo as a physical beast as well, especially with the corners and everything. I just wanted him in my team, but unfortunately I don't have the coins.
And there was someone else that I've wanted in my team for quite some time. He moved to the Saudi League, but he's involved in this promo as well. He goes by the name of N'Golo Kante. Simply this year, his gold item just wasn't good enough. A little bit too slow. The stats weren't always great. However, in this radioactive promo, he's not just usable. He looks unbelievable, Gravison.
He looks unbelievable. Again, the playstyle plus, but I just got to talk about the stats, the pace, the dribbling, the defense, the physical side of things. I just see Kante as one of the best players you can use right now, especially if you link him with Benzema or someone like that. I don't know. I would definitely use him in my team, that's for sure.
Well, currently he's coming in at 900,000 coins on the market right now. We'll have a little look at his attributes to see why he is so good. He's always been renowned as that box-to-box midfielder in real life and in the game. And I think this is the closest body type and attribute stats that we're going to see for N'Golo Kante.
I think especially we got to talk about the acceleration, 86. I think that's more than decent. Then reactions 91 and balance 94. That's important, especially if you're playing a physical match. And then the defensive awareness 92, standing tackle 94, interceptions 92. He's just so meta at the moment. And I think he's one of those players that if you pack him, especially untradeable, you're going to be using at least for what, 2-3 months?
And if you do pack him tradable, I will probably sell him because he's worth a lot of money. Someone else that's worth a lot of money. It'll be our last featured player that you guys at home have been submitting into your draft squads. It's Ousmane Dembele. I mean, look, he got the move, as we said, over to the French league a couple of seasons ago now. His gold item was always good enough. I'd say it's pretty meta. It features in probably my team at home, a lot of your teams in Weekend League. But this upgrade that he's had with the Road to the Knockout promo has not just made him pricey, it's made him quite usable and popular.
Popular, definitely popular, because I think it's expensive, but in that position you don't have that many players, so if you have the coins you have to buy him. And then like, he's so fast, the 5-5 make a huge difference. The shooting is not that good, but I think with the 5 weak foot I think it works well, and then the dribbling is amazing.
And the biggest thing, Gravison, is you need someone to link to Mbappe, don't you? He's in every single one of these teams.
Yeah.
Some of those attributes, again, we know he's got pace. A couple of pro players said, look, he hasn't got the best shooting.
Kind of, but Hidalgo said to me the week before, because he used him here in London, that is one of the best cards you can use as a winger at the moment. And the thing is, you can do it in the right wing, in the left wing, it doesn't matter. So I think Dembele, I don't know why we don't see him that much, because I don't know, between Hansen and Dembele, I'd probably go for Dembele.
As you can see on the screen, just under 9 minutes until we kick off Group B's action here. This is your FC Pro Draft squad show. This is all the players that you guys have said, but there are a couple of players on the subs bench that don't quite make the 11, but still deserve a mention. A couple of these did surprise me. I mean, Griezmann has always been good value for money.
I mean, probably value for money, the best player in the game, with Heung-min Son as well. But Blanc, I did the SBC, he is really good. He might, I don't know, in a couple of months you might not use him as much because the game progresses, but at the moment he's really good. And to be honest, Iker Casillas, that surprises me a lot. I didn't expect Iker Casillas, and especially with 7%.
7% of you, as we said, putting him in your draft squad. Well, look, here at the FC Pro Open, we like to spice things up. So why don't we bring someone else onto the show and welcome him into the FC Pro family for this season. He's got over 2 million followers, an EAFC Twitch streaming legend, and a man who often says that's class when he's packing Marco Reus. Pieface, he's here in London, he's here at the FC Pro Open. Welcome him in. How you doing, mate? Welcome on.
Very good, thanks for having me, boys.
Oh man, this is amazing.
There'll be a very active Twitch chat right now, crying out for your name. What do you want to say to them tonight?
Thank you very much for watching. Now, what I do want to say is watch the pros, because they're the ones with all the tips, because our community, well, they've been known for the old 9 or 11 wins.
You did get 11 wins, though, last weekend.
I did.
We'll talk more about that. Well, look, we had a bit of fun with Pi. We said to you, can you draft your squad in these restrictions, 5 billion coins with a radioactive player? How was that for you?
Quite tough. Firstly, because I love an SBC. And these guys aren't allowed to use the SBC card. So I was like, hang on a minute, I've got to like pick some players I can buy instead, but I had fun with it.
Well, look, this is what Pieface has built. I mean, we'll kick it off down here. Lev Yashin, you absolutely love this man. Every single charity football match, you wear the famous Lev Yashin hat. He had to be the #1 player in the team, right?
Yeah, I think that he was the first man on the team sheet. Got to be done. We've got to look after Big Lev, right? He's class as well. He's very good on the game.
I mean, I think he's the best keeper you could use at the moment. Maybe Van der Sar or Michael, but I think Yashin is good, which Bash is not that good. I get your love for the SBC because she's probably the best left back at the moment, but I mean the gold card,
We got to talk about it, Gravison, from a pro player's perspective. Zanetti's a right back. When I pack him from the icon base SBC, I always say he's great, but not as a right back. He can play as a CDM, in my opinion.
Yeah, as a CDM, we've seen Boras picking him, also Frankie as well. But as a right back, I don't know, the pace over there.
The thing is, I didn't want to go with Kyle Walker. I'm not a fan of him this year. That's why I don't get a lot of wins, right? Because I know the pros love him, but I'm just not a fan of him. I thought, try something else.
And Pieface.
Yes.
Who is this?
Now, this man, I did say to the channel I was going to come on here and give some propaganda. Casseret, he's 10K, triple threat. Trust me, he's unreal. For passion and ability, he's got it all. He runs the midfield, I promise you.
The passion is important because I've been using Kone over there, which is free. I know you picked the bag.
Because I took the chat wouldn't let me take Kone. I wanted to take him. Like, no, you got to take the 86 times 3.
I love the fact here. Passion can only take you so far, though.
It can.
In this level. Let's talk about your front three. You've gone for a hero in there. I mean, Heung-min Son, you're a massive fan, aren't you? He had to be in the team.
Yeah, the Finesse Plus, especially, I've got the Player of the Month version. Love using him. I went for Guvu mainly because I got him in a hero pick on my Road to Glory, the normal base item, but I thought we'll go for a triple threat, a little bit of upgrade. His finishing, unbelievable. Power shots, quality.
And he's cheap because I packed him as well on the Road to Glory as well. And he wasn't that much. He was like a 300k.
Yeah, I think
like
it's about 300,000. You can get the base version for about 130k.
Well, the good news is Pi won't be competing tonight. He will be helping us watching all of the action unfold here in Group B, because these are the players that will be competing for those at home. PHzin, Matias Bonanno, Happy Young and FacuCowen. It's been a group full of Latin American players and from South America as well. We have to preview their squads, and I'm going to like to see this because I want to see the difference, Pi, between your team and an FC Pro Players team. Should we kick it off with PHzin squad, Gravison?
Let's go for it. Yeah, PH is definitely going to be one of the players to watch. And I think it's just a meta squad. What's different is he's using 3 midfielders because of his formation. And I don't think we're going to be seeing 3 pure midfielders in every single team. And I mean, obviously, we got to talk about a specific card that we are seeing now as a midfield. I mean, Valverde.
We have to. I mean, look, I came into this promo, the Radioactive. I put Messi in my team. What an idiot I was. Valverde is in every single one of these teams. And why is he in there, Gravison? Because clearly he has a team of the week already. His gold item's still great. Those are just some of the attributes that he'll offer you as the ultimate box-to-box midfielder.
Yeah, we could talk about the sprint speed, we could talk about ball control, short pass, but I think if I just say something, it's going to sum everything up. He's just bullet gang. I know, Pi, you know, he's bullet gang.
Absolutely. And I've tried his gold card, his gold item, so good. And again, it's that relentless plus, having a midfielder that can do that, especially in the weekend league. Someone that can get into extra time, get you the penalties.
Speaking of weekend league, we won't speak about that back line there. We'll move on to our last squad before we kick off the action tonight here at the FC Pro Open. Let's jump across to FacuCowen, a player that went unbeaten 7-0 a few weeks ago here in London. There's a couple of players I want to speak about. One, he's got 3 players on 1 chemistry in this team. He's got Thunderstruck Varane, the only player in this drafting process to use that. And I think the one player that we also have to really speak about is not Valverde, it's roads to knockout Modric. He's been one of the most popular picks, Pieface. Why do you think that is?
I think, firstly, links. I know he's not gone for mad chem, and I want to say if I try and use a player on 1 chem, it's like, no, got to have full. So I'm going to use that in my advantage when I say the pros are doing that. I think passing as well, I think is really key this year, and the fact that he's able to ping around the midfield, especially with his wingers. I mean, as you can see in his stats. I like the long shots as well, the power long shots. I'm a big fan.
The Trivela?
I mean, I'm useless at using it. They tell me I should try it more, but, I mean, he's got it all, right? He's got it all. And I think a good price.
Yeah, it's definitely a decent price. I think it's the same, 300k, the same as Gubu, and the Trivela is just something out of his world. It doesn't matter if you're using on 0 chem, 1 chem. I mean, the chemistry is basically a multiplier of the base stats. So if you're using, let's just say, Shadow, it's just multiplying the stats that Shadow boosting. So you gotta tell the chat to chill. So the card is better than the chemistry.
Good luck telling the chat to chill, Gravison. Well, there we go. That's our FC Pro Draft Open show. Pieface, Gravison, myself, Brandon Smith, and many other talented faces will be joining you for all the matches that kick off in just a few moments. Do not go anywhere. Group B is here, and there's going to be a lot of Amoses tonight.
Mondays have a bad reputation. Nobody really likes them, but here at the FC Pro Open, we are trying to liven up the start of the week for you. So tonight, we have 5 of the best players from South and Central America in heads-up action here on our FC Pro stage. And the geographical quirk of this group means one thing.
Play long towards the post, Marcus Rashford! Massive result for him. To an FC plays and he will jump for happy.
Hang on. PHzin's from Brazil. He speaks Portuguese. What does he say when he scores?
PHzin, como você diz?
Vamos! Full-time result there, FacuCowen of Tuzzy Esports. Oh, and Mbappe pokes it in! Sipatene steps up for happy, does score! The longest penalty shootout! We're off the penalty! Full-time result there.
See, get ready for a Vamos Fest. Hello and welcome to the FC Pro Open live from London. I am delighted to be joined on the desk by Brandon Gravison and a welcome new addition to the team. I want to hear everyone make some noise for PieFace, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
He walked onto the draft show and I was like, are we clapping? Are we clapping for him? He's got this grand walk across the studio. It was literally me in the corner. I don't know if anyone at Twitch chat heard this, but I was just doing this and Ryan Pessoa was looking at me like, no, we're not doing it. We didn't agree to do this before the show started. We're going to have such an epic one, though. There's going to be so many Vamoses. And you'll know what I mean when you take a look at the Group B lineup, because we have got a fully Latin American and Central American lineup today, including PHzin, the one really to beat, Brandon.
It's been the first time we've been able to watch him in action as well. He was one of the players that got an auto-invite from last year's World Championships, and as we saw last week, that doesn't always go in your favour when you get the auto-invite. So PHzin, pressures on him potentially today, but cannot wait to see him back in action.
I don't know if he's going to feel the same pressure as Mark 11, though.
Maybe not as much because of Mark's first game performance, but I don't know. It's a tough position to be in, definitely, because you don't get to play that many matches, and you might be cold, and especially if you start losing, that's tough.
We want to remind people at home of the rules as well. If you missed Group A or you just want a refresher, basically everyone is playing to be in the top 2 of their group to make it to our finals on February the 3rd, and we play 2 legs, so one either side of Christmas. So make it to the top 2, you are through to those grand finals. But if you make the top 4, you get a direct invite to next year's Swiss qualifiers, the one we had at the end of November, basically. But if you come 5th, you're going to have to go through the Open qualifiers. That's not something you would want to do, PieFace, given your record in Weekend League.
No. Normally 9 wins, sometimes 11.
Sometimes you know it was 11 this weekend,
for
PieFace.
a rare weekend. I've been getting some tips, though, haven't you? You've been giving us some tips.
Yeah, definitely. And Ryan, I know Ryan's been helping out, but
yeah.
11's not that bad. Like, if we talk community, 11's not that bad. The thing is, you're here, everyone's get 20 and 19, but that's not the main thing.
I'm not sure it's quite enough to be the surprise horse of Group B, though, and that is what we're calling Mr. FacuCowen, a man who went 7-0 in those Swiss qualifiers.
And again, a player that no one expected to go and do that because he was an unknown quantity. His track record wasn't great, if we're being honest, from past competitive seasons. He didn't just go 7-0, he beat Nicolas as well on the way through, fellow Argentine. Are we looking at the next big South American star potentially?
I think we could. However, you know, maybe Nicolas was warming up into things. I know you had a conversation with Nicolas afterwards, I presume, because you are friends.
Yeah, I'm friends with him. And the thing is, it was tough for him because he's been living in South America now. It's not the same as training out in Europe and London. And he's been at the top so many years that, you know, this is not only a thing in FC, it's in other esports as well. When you have like such a long trajectory, it's normal to have your ups and downs. So I don't think it's so tough for him, but I think it's normal.
Well, let's take a look at our opening fixtures of Group B, because we are starting with a couple of bangers. I mean, feast your eyes on that top head-to-head, Brandon. PHzin versus Bonanno.
I mean, look at the matchup. Ajax against Manchester City, PHzin against Bonanno, Brazil against Argentina. We could, you know, write them all off all day. And also a teammate clash, Young against FacuCowen. If you didn't know, there's 3 players from Tuzzy Esports in the same group. I was doing a little bit of research on the build-up today. They've got 12 players, Tuzzy Esports. I reckon, Pi, you could probably get signed by him as well.
Yeah, sneak me in there, sneak me in there. I'll do a job. I'll get a couple of wins,
You could be an analyst for them. You could do the drafts.
Oh,
I saw you drafted
now
the draft,
I'd have
Joe.
fun. Yeah, now I'd have fun. Let me give them like each a team. See how they go.
I like the idea of the content. Maybe we can push it for the final. So if anyone is in need of an analyst or even a coach to sit behind them, then PieFace, he's certainly looking for a job. I don't know if he's your guy, to be quite honest with you. But talking of that top opening matchup, obviously it's our featured matchup. Really, it's the premier matchup of the night.
Well, look at Matias Bonanno. He also had a great record, and we can't look past that. There was a moment, Gravison, I want to get your thoughts on it. He faced up against Anders in the qualification matchups where he was 2-1 down, and we don't see players often take a game to Anders Vejrgang and be so aggressive like Matias Bonanno was when he went and beat him 5-3.
Yeah, I think Anders has this aura around him when if you're afraid of him, he's going to crush you. But when I talked with Edu and Matias, they weren't afraid of him. So he just stepped it up, he was aggressive, and he got the win.
And it was so impressive to see, but I wonder what things are going to be like this time around, because we're not working to an 8 million coin budget. 5 million plus you get a free pick of the new radioactive drop. So why don't you guys take us through the drafts we're going to be seeing in this matchup?
Come on, Gravison, let's go over to the draft screen again, where we can talk you through both the two teams you're going to be seeing. If you didn't catch our FC Pro draft show, as we said, it's a 5 million coin budget with one radioactive player that you are allowed in the team. Let's kick it off then with PHzin squad first and foremost, if we can. Look, we just saw this team not that long ago, Gravison. Valverde is the main talking point in it. There's a couple of interesting plays in there, including Caroline Hansen, because she didn't feature much last weekend. Bearing in mind, it was still the same budget.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen Hansen that much, but especially PH is a player that attacks the wing so much and so well. So I think Hansen is going to be huge for him, and I think Heung-min Son with the finesse shot as well is going to be huge. But I don't know. I'm surprised by the left back and the right back. We've seen Mendy that much, but I don't know about Cancelo. Maybe he's not as fast as he should.
Well, speaking of some Real Madrid players, there's one player that didn't feature in any of the draft starting 11. It's Jude Bellingham, just fall out of it, and that's because I can imagine Valverde and Modric take centre stage. Let's have a look at Matias Bonanno's team on the other side here. He actually has the cheapest outfield 11 we do here in that 5 million coin budget. The interesting play that I want to speak about, and I'm sure you can add on to it too, is his right back. Not just because it's Hakimi, and we see a lot of Hakimis, it's how he uses the Moroccan fullback.
Yeah, he always attacks on the right side of the pitch, so you could think he could use Cafu or maybe, I don't know, some crazy icon, some crazy item on the right back, but he's using Hakimi and so well, because in a match he scored twice with him. He's been scoring so many goals, and maybe you can try it at home as well because he's so cheap.
And if we can, very quickly, have a little look at this bench right now. He's got so many big heavy hitters on the bench that Matias Bonanno has spent out big on, including Hansen, team of that week, Jude Bellingham in there as well. It's quite an expensive bench for what many players have put out here.
Yeah, it's crazy because yesterday I was at the lobby of the hotel and Matias was like, just pick whatever you want. I trust you 100%. I don't know if I would do the same with my coach. Just give like 100% of your, I don't know, your trust to him. And he was like, Edu was just scrolling through every single page and he just chose Hansen, Bellingham.
Chose anyone.
Yeah. I mean, how many coins are there? Maybe 1 mil? Something like that. It's a crazy bench.
Maybe too much for a bench. Anyway, those are the teams. PHzin against Matias Bonanno will be our centre stage matchup here at the FC Pro Open. Now it's back to Frankie.
Can I ask a really quick question, actually, before we go into game?
Yeah, sure.
Do you think he's going to be playing a 4-2-4 formation, or was that just for chemistry?
No, that's for chemistry. I think he'll be using 3 midfielders, but I don't know. Matias usually uses the 4-2-3-1, so it could be one of those two.
Okay, well, we don't have to wait long to find out, but before we do, make sure you let us know what you're thinking, what you're feeling, #FCPro, and if you've done a draft of your own, #FCProDraft to share it with us. However, I've delayed long enough. It's now time to join our commentary team for the first time today. Richard Buckley and Ryan Pessoa, a.k.a. Bacoa.
Bacoa, they are in the house. Thank you very much, Frankie. What a way to start, Ryan Pessoa.
Yeah.
It's great to be back here.
It's been a while. It's been ages.
It's great to be back.
Yeah.
And what a game we've got to kickstart. Matias Bonanno versus PHzin. It's the clash of the biggest two players from South America here, in my personal opinion. Maybe the two biggest South American FC players on the planet. And what a game it's going to be.
Absolutely. PHzin, we haven't seen much of this year, coming through, obviously, top 4 last year. And, of course, the next game going on as well, Young up against FacuCowen, the Tuzzy derby. That's going to be
a few of them tonight.
Yeah, quite a few. 3 representatives from Tuzzy Esports in the same group. So it's going to be, yeah, a lot going on. And, of course, you can see the FC Pro live items associated with each player. You got any ties, Rich?
Maybe a couple. Yeah. Maybe a couple of caramels on the transfer list waiting. I know yourself, you've gone maybe a little bit unwilling.
Yeah, I've touched in on every single player almost in this group.
We have to mention the 2 men behind them as well, 2 of the best coaches in the game, Edu and Nick DeHarmer. You've got 4 incredible minds in that booth. This is going to be one you cannot miss, and what a game it is. Our featured match, our premium match of the night, PHzin versus Matias Bonanno. Incredible stuff. Here we go. Underway. PHzin from left to right in the Ajax strip, and from right to left in the city. It's going to be Bonanno. You've seen the teams. Do you think either player's got an advantage really in the draft? I think they're pretty even.
Yeah, very, very similar from both players. Very similar. I'd say my statement, Rich, my wild statement of the week.
Hit me.
Matias has been the most impressive player we've seen so far throughout the Swiss format, the knockouts.
PHzin, early chance.
I think he had the hardest route to get here. He had to defeat Vejrgang, he had to defeat Anders as well through the winners bracket. And he
only lost 1 game.
Exactly, against his teammates. Exactly, against his teammates. So for me, he's coming in on a rich vein of form.
I mean, we have to also raise the question, PHzin, he's one of the players that was also invited here from last season's performance. We saw how that went last week. Sorry, Mark 11, if you are watching. 0 points out of the 12 available. Is there potentially complacency? Is there under preparation in PHzin's corner? We'll have to wait and see, because if you don't play well in this group, you've got a massive target on your back from your fellow South Americans, from Happy from Mexico. Everyone wants to take points away from you. You're everyone's main match of the night, and he could find himself in a really tricky position come 4 weeks' time when he tries to qualify. Getting down the byline, Son! Richard, take back what you said. You know nothing, son. PHzin, 7 minutes in. Green time into the near post.
Yep, exactly that. Just building up on the byline there. We're able to take a look at the replay. Building up
fake.
Yep, the play lock fake used to build some up, well, to help build up, find some space and distract Matias. But he didn't even get distracted. Just a ball roll in, a simple driven pass into Heung-min Son. Green time, as you said, in at the near post. It's been a great start.
It's been a very, very nice start. You saw Bonanno on the attack previously. He looked to go direct.
Yeah.
He did that against Anders when he was at 2-2. He sort of went a little bit more direct. He had Vinny Jr. on that occasion, and that was the out ball. On this occasion, 8 minutes in.
I can stop you there, actually. Similar things that we've seen with Matias, starting off slow.
Yep.
And Yilmaz 2-0 down.
Against both players.
Yeah, and Anders as well. And we saw him pick up the levels of performance as the game went on, so you can definitely not count him out. And as I said, I think when it comes to composure and belief in ability, Matias is definitely one of the highest players that have the belief in themselves.
Modric for Bonanno there. A little bit of a hopeless cross, it's got to be set into the box. No real options there. And what that allows to do is PHzin to potentially come forward, but Valverde, you're going to see him in every single squad tonight.
Great ball.
He is everywhere on this pitch, intercepting and getting forward. Son to the byline, Mbappe with the scrappiest goal.
Goodness.
I'm going to say of the night so far. We've only seen 2.
Yeah, that's a tough one to take. That is a tough one. You see the early goalkeeper movement there from PHzin, thinking he's done enough to potentially intercept that pass across there, but Mbappe, yeah, that's a tough one to concede. I'll be honest, it's a tough one to concede because
it's one of those goals, though, you concede it and you probably think,
what can you do?
Oh, well.
Yeah, the ball's fallen back to your opponent. You have to take it when it comes your way as well, and it's a quick response from Matias to get back into the game.
Well, here we are, back underway. Mbappe, always a feature, no matter what the budget. The day when that budget goes past Mbappe's value is going to be a day to remember, I have to say.
Still won't get worse than Bypace's team, what we saw earlier. Goodness me, the state of that.
Sydney over the top. Oh, what an awful team. Well, if you are Willian investor. Keep your eyes peeled to the screen right now because Young has found himself 1-0 up. Lovely.
Oh, that's a
L1R1 inside
nice
the box. A little vamos.
Yeah, it's a nice cancel as well there with the build-up. Great pass there. It's going to be good save.
Looks really, really lively, I've got to say, PHzin in the final third. When he's creating these chances, there's only one thing on his mind.
Yeah, he's very aggressive going forward. A similar theme we've seen, I think that's offside as well. But yeah, a similar theme we've seen throughout the years with PHzin.
A lot of South American FIFA in general, especially, I mean, look, I had the privilege when we were playing in a lot of the region-locked countries to cover this South American region, and saw a lot of Brazilian gameplay, it's got to be said. So aggressive, so direct. A lot of the time, taking long shots, taking
it's a big mistake.
Sort of really erratic shooting methods as Son green times it into the top left corner. You said there was a mistake.
Yeah, that's a massive mistake there, trying to play out from the back. An intricate little pass from Matias. It didn't work out, and of course the header we have to see from the replay. I believe it was Hansen, wins it. A quick pass into Mbappe. Van Dijk doesn't do enough. Son, it's a tough position there for Matias when defending, because the obvious pass there is to pass it across goal to Modric on rushing into the area. But then you don't want to give too much space, which he ended up giving there, and then Son finds the top corner, and PHzin restores his lead.
I can see a couple of people in the Twitch chat asking what the mystery country is. The Magpie.
The Magpie? That's
his Twitch name.
Okay.
It's not a country.
So what, I'm not giving you...
No.
Okay.
Just stay tuned. All will be revealed very shortly indeed. Don't you worry about that. We have the answers. You keep those questions coming. While you are thinking and going through every single nation in your club to try and find it out, enjoy some of the best FC gameplay on the planet. A rivalry etched in history between two truly fantastic players. Ajax versus City here on the main stage at the FC Pro Open Week 2.
Good defending there from Matias. It seems so compact in his area. Just banks are for nullifying the attack from PHzin. But PHzin is an awful player to come up against in terms of you're swarmed constantly, whether it's him pressing or his on-rushing with his players bombing forward for the attacks. It's a good read there from PHzin as well to defend it. It's fallen back to Matias.
Good chance, Mbappe. Can he capitalise? Here is Vinny Jr. Looking to drive down the byline, cuts it back with a double tap pass. And Schmeichel needed between the sticks, whipped into the box. Son brings it down ever so nonchalantly, I've got to say. And a counter-attack could
look at the triggered runs
to take shape. Son's going to run in behind. And Mbappe just feeds it out to Ferland Mendy here. PHzin on the wing. Hakimi does very well. He was highlighted before the game. And a player locked down the wing for Neymar could be Bonanno's entry back into this game. He's got runners at the back post if he decides to use them. Drives down the byline, cuts it back to Neymar. Great block from Militao.
Good goalkeeper movement as well there. Read the near post. There's going to be a corner taken in. Doesn't find the target there.
Just look at the top of your pitch there. He passed it short. He sent Ferland Mendy off on the run. And then that's sort of a nice little goal kick, I've got to say. Short, send your fullback high and wide, and then elect to go with that long pass. However, with the possession just turned over there, are the fullbacks high and wide? No, they are not on this occasion. João Cancelo tucks in. You a big fan of that, João Cancelo?
Yeah, on the ball, of course, one of the best fullbacks you can get. He's technically like a midfielder, and if you're playing the 4-3-1-2 with the fullback on balance and overlapping as well, so you'll be able to build up a lot from that right-hand side.
Valverde finds Mbappe, PHzin. Double back cancel, but Mendy and Bonanno's turned really nicely out of space, I've got to say. Lovely through ball there for Son. It is that Cancelo we were just speaking about who's got the defensive duty.
Awkward touch, yeah, awkward touch there from Mbappe in the box.
That's not what you expect from your marquee player, really.
Yeah, look at the run there from Cancelo. He's in behind.
He is. Does he have the legs to get away? Travella. Dangerous. Militao just gets in the way. Alexia Putellas. Edge of the box, Hansen, mend it.
Oh,
Feeds it through to Son, green timed. It's lovely goalkeeper movement.
great goalkeeper movement there from Matias.
Short one again. Hansen picks it up, fakes the shot, just teased it. All these players he's happy to have a pop with. In the end, Bonanno with Luka Modric in the right place at the right time. Releases Vinny Jr. Sonny's in the middle.
He's on.
He's onside now. Son, 1-on-1. Interesting.
It's one thing we can say, there's not been a shortage of chances. Yeah, genuinely.
Surprised he didn't look for something different there?
It's hard to say. In those situations, you kind of have to go with the banker, which would be to take the shot. Potentially a cross goal there. I'm not sure. Maybe he got caught off guard with the goalkeeper movement.
Let me know in the chat right now, are you a little bit worried about your caramels?
Always sending the hype, Rich. That's the way.
Because I am. It's only half time. Mbappe steals the ball back. Bonanno. 1-on-1 with the keeper. Van Dijk's trying his best. He drives to the byline.
Oh, it's great defending.
Oh, I tell you what, he's isolated in a 1-on-1 situation. He didn't panic once.
Yep, Mbappe's in.
As Son releases Kylian Mbappe.
He has to trigger Hansen. Back post.
Is it going to fall? Here is Putellas, who picks it up. Last chance of the half. Reverse Elastico inside the box. Modric offloads it to Hansen.
It's lovely. Rich. Oh.
A chance at one end, not taken. A beautiful piece of defensive play. You go up the other end, you hit on the counter-attack, and you find yourself with a 2-goal advantage going into half-time.
It's decisive from PHzin. You see the reverse Elastico with Putellas. A quick pass into Modric, and he read the goalkeeper movement. He's learned from his mistakes there. Matias moving the goalkeeper for the shot across goal, which is the correct choice to do. But then PHzin reacted really well to give him the 3-1 lead going into half-time.
As you see, both players' headsets, just an ear taken off. Let's have a look at our other match taking place right now. It's an all-Tuzzy esports derby between Young and FacuCowen. FacuCowen was flawless at the global qualifier. However, he did find himself 1 goal down against Young, who did make it 2-0.
Ooh, that's an old school first time ball over the top there, in behind.
Flashbacks.
Yeah, bad ones. And he's lost it. Makes the most of it, a quick turn. As we said, he was 2-0 down from this moment, but there was still a lot to play for. And this is the moment to get back into the game. Whipped across. Oh, goodness. Whew. Goalkeeper?
Yeah, no comment, no comment. It's a lovely switch of play, and very rarely do you actually see pro players just whip it to the back post as well there, but I think he was in too much space to deny it.
Yep.
FacuCowen built up a head of steam as Mbappe fed Son back to Mbappe into the space. Lovely play.
I'll see that again, using Mbappe with the controlled sprint there, playing it back to him, just dribbling into the area, the L1, R1. Oh, that's lovely. That is lovely.
You got that in the locker?
Just about. Still got it, Rich. Still got it. But there was one more thing in this half when it fell the way of Young. Just a quick pass in there. Makes the most of it. Putellas running into the area on the favoured left foot into the top corner.
Good game. Two great games to kickstart.
9 goals.
It's good maths from you. That's quick.
That's quick, yeah. 9 goals between these two players in the first half combined. What would you say your opening thoughts between that PHzin and Matias game?
I think PHzin had a lot of pressure on him.
Yep.
He's probably also looked at what happened to Mark last week, and in the last 7 days ramped up his practice 3 times.
He's
also had Eredivisie practice.
That was the point I was going to make. With Mark, it's a little bit different, but with PHzin, he's been in the Netherlands, so he's had the capabilities to practice in Europe competitions as well.
This is his first FC Pro game of the season.
Yeah.
And he's 3-1 up against the man who went 6-1, losing 1 game in the global qualifier to Tex, his teammate from Man City. However, Bonanno has got a never say die attitude. He showed it against Vejrgang and Yilmaz. He showed it against Anders Vejrgang.
I think he's shown his best performances whilst when he was down by a goal or 2. That's the best time I've seen Matias for me.
As you can see, both items that are associated, directly linked with our pro players. Bonanno, we've mentioned the caramel item that he has. On the right-hand side, Van den Boomen, who was, shall I say, an SBC item. I did him because I think PHzin's got a bright future in the FC Pro Open, and there's potential for a really well-rounded central midfielder item linked to the Ajax man. If he keeps on playing like this,
that's unlucky.
He'll be flying up that table, Ryan.
Absolutely, he's a dangerous player to come up against, just the way he goes forward. And
look at that line. Look how high that line is.
It's just aggressive play, and as you said, we noticed that a lot with the South American players. It's going to be Matias running with Son.
Is he going to open it up for the finesse? He doesn't. You're shaking your head.
No, it was just not what he did. I just felt like he's a little bit unlucky with the pass there. The finesse just seems obvious.
It looked on.
It did look on because I don't think he moved the keeper.
I mean, look, I'm nowhere near the level.
Say that again.
Of our pro players, but with that finesse shot push, you don't even have to green it.
Yeah.
You just hit it, and it flies in. And our pro players will be greening it. They'll be doing everything to minimise the error. As Graham Hansen gets to the byline, looks for a cut back. Oh no. Bonanno, what are we playing at inside the box?
Jeez. That Cancelo for PHzin is frightening, I'll be honest.
He just uses him so aggressively. He almost doesn't care that he's leaving that side open, because he knows that if he can get Cancelo up and into the game, he's got a really good chance of scoring.
Good cancel there from PHzin. Good tackle as well, but
I'm interested right now to see what the changes are made. The guys on the draft show talked about how strong the bench was for Bonanno. Are we going to see potentially some of those subs start to pay dividends in this game? PHzin at this moment is in a pretty good position. Yeah,
as you said, subs. I believe he had Hansen on the bench. So Hansen, he hasn't been utilising the finesse shots from Son, which is the primary reason you have him in the squad. Genuinely, that is the main reason, just to take the long shots, and he hasn't been doing it. So maybe he's someone that could be subbed off to utilise the skill moves from Hansen.
Yeah, I would be surprised if we didn't see some of those subs that you've just mentioned there brought on. That man on your screen is in a fabulous position to get 3 points in his opening game. He qualified to the FC Pro Open due to a fabulous performance last summer in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, where he finished in the top 4. I mean, he got an auto invite into the FC Pro Open this season. Travella off the post. That could have been game, set, and match.
Don't know if that was a heavy touch. Maybe he meant to ball roll, thinking it would come down out of the air there for Matias.
PHzin's been really good, I've got to say, in this opening game. As Son potentially looks to make it 4 here. Valverde bringing Modric into play. Here's Neymar. Alisson claims that one. It's a privilege in the commentary booth to be joined by Pie. We've been watching this game. I know you've been having an eye on it backstage. PHzin has been unbelievable.
Yeah, the dribbling is next level. I wish I could do that with my controller, but I lack that ability. Unreal game so far.
Yeah, really, really solid game. There's been a few questions in the chat as well, Pie. I've got a question for you.
Same here, I'm itching.
Why did we pick Golvo?
Well, because I've been using my Road to Glory and I was running out of coins, and I thought, you know what, I'll go for something different. His base hero item is very good. For like the power shot and in the box, if you need someone to bury it, he's quality. So that's why I've got him, and I've not got many coins, and he does a good job for me. Okay.
Talk to me, Pi. We'll skip the Sydney up.
Yeah.
Kakare, come on.
Yeah, he's class. I'm sorry, he's so good. Not to meme it, right? But he's actually class. In the like the 9-win, 11-win streets, you need someone with heart and passion and desire. He's the first name on the team sheet. He's the captain. 10k for that card.
We'll see if he rises. We'll see if he rises due to your glowing review. PHzin looking to potentially put a nail in the coffin here. 4-1 up would do that.
The press is unbelievable.
I think he knows he's got him where he wants him, exactly where he wants him, and this is where he wants him. Mbappe inside the box! 4-1, PHzin.
Well, I tell you what, the pass in there and the movement is just insane, and that's what Mbappe does for you. Obviously, silly amount of coins, but that's what. Look at that touch. It's the touch there, the movement.
He puts I mean, he does for me, especially when I come up against him. He just puts fear in me.
Yeah.
Whenever he's inside the box, I'm like, oh no.
He could step over straight to the side, outside of the boot shots as well, as we saw there, an inside shot there from PHzin to take the 4-1 lead. It's been dominant this half, in my opinion. I expected a little bit more.
You surprised how aggressive he's been playing, PHzin?
Not surprised, no, because that's what we always associate PHzin with, the aggression.
He's right out of the gate, though. First game.
Yeah, he has no fear. He trusts his game style. He knows that how he plays. And there's another goal coming in the young FacuCowen game. A great driven pass in there. And Mbappe brings the game level. 3 goals apiece in that game.
It's a really, really tight game. It's got to be said, if you are a willing investor, as Ryan Pessoa, can we just get the camera on Ryan right now, please? Because he is fuming.
I feel sick. I mean, my ultimate team wearing tatters, right now.
You'll be using Kakarot, don't you?
No. Do you know I bought the Caramo as well. I'm sorry. I feel bad because
you've cursed us. 3-3. There's plenty of time left to play. Don't worry yet. There's games left to go, and there's potentially upgrades remaining.
I was looking forward to Ronaldinho on the wing this weekend. Downgrade heavily because of that.
No, the worst part about this is
to Romarinho.
I do every SBC. I didn't do the Van der Boomen SBC.
It's going to be good. It's going to be my midfield.
And Bonanno's 4-1 down, and I've just bought three Caramos in my transfer list. I said to Ryan, I said I'm going to do it. But no, I've bought the dip. Now he'll
He's going to dip further.
No, yeah, he'll dip further a little bit, and hopefully he'll go to terror and he'll fly back up. It's not going well.
Invest your own coins at your own peril. Don't listen to us. Bonanno, this potentially, I'll give you some light. This potentially probably will be his hardest game of the night for Bonanno. However, he's not played very well.
No, he hasn't. There's still time left in this game. It's a 3-goal deficit, 9-minute halves. Genuinely, when defending those leads could feel like an eternity. So if he manages to get a goal, you never know.
Oh, here we go, back underway. Pateas, player lock, Militao steps in.
You know, I'm surprised not to see many Bon Mati in people's teams, especially with a lot using Pateas with that sort of perfect link, considering how good her dribbling is on the game. I know, but Pateas a bit more popular, should I say.
Chance here for Bonanno. Big switch of play over to Hakimi. Fullback to fullback, player lock fake. Doesn't really have much on inside the box and runs straight into...
I wonder if he meant that, or maybe it was to name.
Prime Gaming Killadori 8 in the Twitch chat. Very happy. Crazy play. Also, when does Vejrgang play? He'll be next week. Come back next week to see the Danish wonder kid as Ryan Pessoa. You didn't see it, just did a knee slide because young. He's 4-3 up.
That's the second time he's done that cancel with the
L1R1.
Yeah, L1R1, yeah. The
really
second
nice.
time he's cancelled it into a pass, and it's worked out for him to take the lead again. It's going to be Matias on the attack here. 78 minutes have been played. Mbappe with the step-overs. There's no one really...
It's just got a super strong Ajax defence there in front of him. I've just seen a comment in the Twitch chat. I'm sure it's a comment that you get a lot, Pi.
Yep.
And maybe Ryan Pessoa can answer it for us. What camera settings are they playing on?
What are they playing on?
Right now.
Goodness. That's nasty from you, Rich. I don't know. Is this tele-broadcast?
Well, a lot of the time it's co-op, but
this isn't co-op.
As I'll always say, it's personal preference. Play on what you want to play on.
I always say that amount of times people say, 'cause I like the legacy camera. People are like, change it. It's like, no, I've seen people with mad zoom as well, like, as in out, crazy zoom out.
I played on, recently I played on the Pro camera, so I felt as though I were on the pitch. Went great. Chance for Bonanno, Luka Modric.
Great.
Can he get around Van Dijk? That far side looks appetising. Here is Vinny Jr. driving to the byline. Player look. Schmeichel, it's a penalty.
Oh.
It's a penalty. I think Vinny Jr. just got clattered off the ball as that cross came in. It's going to be a yellow card for Marcus Llorente.
This is a big moment in this game.
Does he have the heart for Panenka?
7 minutes left to play. Does he have the heart for Panenka? No, he doesn't. He's just going to smack it in the bottom left corner. And Bonanno potentially gives himself a lifeline here. Pause cued.
I was just about to say we saw the player lock pass across goal, which you saw a lot from Matias in the previous stages of the FC Pro tournament. There's time left. That's he's serious. Listening to Edu over his shoulder. There's still time in this game for Matias to get 2 goals to level the tie and at least go into the next group stage game with a point.
We just see this penalty back. Bit harsh, you think? Oh, he's clattered him off the ball.
Yeah,
Did he slide or was it? I don't know.
That's caught him. I'm not 100% sure he'd take him down. Someone certainly took him out though.
There was a slide tackle. Lorente went to ground, but who committed it? We'll have to wait and see. Coaches, Pi. You have about 4,000 coaches on a Sunday when you're playing foot champs. How's it feel when you are sort of when people not necessarily tell you how to play?
Sorry, Rich. Young's in a goal, open goal, 5-3. It's unbelievable. A pass across the goal. I've never thought I'd say it. Unbelievable from Young.
This is shameless.
I'm so sorry. I'll be honest. It's shameless. I'll be honest. I'm honest. It is shameless.
Coaches, what would you like your coach to behind you saying? You're in a big game.
Telling me how to play, I think, to start with. What buttons to press? That might be the first thing. No, I think it's just about belief, right? Especially with these 9 minutes halves. You've still got plenty of time here to get something. It's not over. I think it kind of in a normal situation would be a lot tougher, but a little bit of extra time, maybe, just to steal one back, make it a little bit exciting.
Well, here we go. He has won the ball back with 6 minutes left to play. He's going to go out for a throw-in on this far side. Just keep an eye on that clock because it is ticking by slower than yours at home when you're in a foot champs game. Bonanno has enough time to salvage a point here in this all-important Group B, but not like that. Valverde overruns it as PHzin is going to play this clock like a fiddle and hope that Bonanno just pulls players out of position, can hit those balls in behind and
back post. Back post.
Is he even going to play it? He is. It's a great ball. Lorente gave the penalty away, goes in the book, scores the 5th goal.
Yeah, that's a great counter-attack there from PHzin. And I'll tell you what, I know obviously he's come off the bench. I do love that Lorente card. Even his base item in this year's game, so good, so good. I know a lot of people did his evolution, get him up to 87. That is a card I don't like facing in the weekend league. Normally, if someone's got...
you see Lorente,
if someone's got him, then you kind of know you're in for a tough game.
Just saw that through ball that sort of opened up the pitch.
Yeah.
I think it was Kevin De Bruyne.
It stemmed from the triggered passes as well. Just triggering the players on the overlap on the left side of the pitch, triggering the right side as well. So he's got an overflow in the attack. And it's a simple choice just for the cross at the back post. Still in the game. Could it be time for Matias to get another goal, but it wouldn't be anything other than a consolation.
So Caramo earlier today.
Don't do it, Rich.
So 80k.
Don't do it.
I think you sold a couple.
I sold a couple. Yeah.
Down at 71 right now.
Oh dear. We are in the mud. Officially in the mud.
Free falling. Well, this is going to do us for our featured match of round 1. It's been a pleasure to be joined by Pieface on the commentary booth. PHzin looks like the real deal still, Pie.
Yeah, honestly, it's so exciting to watch these players play and just the natural kind of ability they have. Obviously, putting in so much time and effort in training and what they do. But and the thing is that you're watching a player like Bonanno that stops 5-2, and he's an incredible player.
I think we underestimate how big of a win that is for PHzin. It's his first LAN game this year at the FC Pro Open. That's a huge game.
That's a tee-up for a 12-point haul.
Absolutely.
I'm sure PHzin's probably not even thought of this, but in the back of the mind, they'll just be that little thought that says, that's the hardest game of the group, that. We've won it, and we won it comfortably in the end. Final moments here, Young and FacuCowen. Young 6-4 up, a goals fest between the two Tuzzy Esports representatives here.
Yeah, this will be FacuCowen's first loss of the FC Pro. Of course, going 7-0 in the earlier stages.
This will also be a Willian +1 through Young's goal-scoring, free-flowing ability. Just too strong in the end for FacuCowen. 6-4. Young comes out on top. He's a player that a lot of people in this group, you ask the punter, you ask the pro player, you ask anyone else, you ask us, we say PHzin and Bonanno. If one of those two doesn't play well in this group, Young is going to be there right on their heels, and I really do think that he could sneak through.
Absolutely. It's his play style, as you mentioned as well. A lot of the players from that region in South America, they play aggressive. And I don't know, maybe it might have stemmed from potentially watching PHzin over the years and maybe adopted his play style, because we've seen, for example, Nicholas, very slow, methodical. Matias was like that and is slowly transitioning to be a bit more attacking. So I don't know, maybe that's something that's associated a lot more with that region.
PHzin, the man to beat in Group B, and our very own Gravison is joined with him right now.
Yes, we are here with PH after his first win. First of all, thank you for agreeing to do this interview in English, because I know it's really hard to have another language and then speak in English when you're a pro. But first things first, this was a tough match against Matias, one of the best players in the world. And you haven't played that much this year because you qualified, you got an invite here. And how did you feel coming to this match? Were you nervous, or do you think that you had what you had to have to just win the game?
Yeah, I always played against Bonanno. It's really hard. So yeah, amazing start for me. I feel very confident as well. Yeah, that's it.
Do you think, because I saw in the second goal, you team pressed, and that's an aggressive thing to do, and I think you're one of those players that are playing to win tournaments, not just be here, you know? Do you feel like you just had nothing to lose when you did that team press in the second goal?
Yeah, it's just automatic, the team press, yeah. But yeah, my form to play is like just forward, look the goal, and yeah, I want to win every game, so I'm ready, yeah, that's it.
We saw last week how Mark got an invite to this tournament and he didn't perform well. Were you afraid that was going to happen to you? Was that a feeling in your mind, or it was just like you knew you had to, what it takes to win the tournament?
Yeah, I think it's very hard to play like in one day. If you have one bad day, you're almost done. So yeah, it is very hard. So yeah, you need to keep the good gameplay every week. So yeah, that's it, I think.
I gotta ask you, have you moved to Europe now, or are you living here?
Yeah, I live here for play the Eredivisie.
So you've moved from South America here to Europe. Has it been easy for you?
Yeah, it's a very different for me. Like the life here, it's so cold. Yeah, but yeah, I like it.
Oh, so definitely, yeah, it's colder here in Brazil, and I'm sure Brazil fans are going to be loving you win that first game. So throw back to you guys.
Thank you very much. We were loving that on the desk. And you know what? I was also loving the fact that PHzin has come here and he's only complained about the weather. He hasn't complained about the food. And I like that. I appreciate that in the young man. And I also appreciate that performance, because obviously we haven't seen him play so far on the stage in the FC Pro Open. And he's going up against Matias Bonanno, the guy to beat, really. We're expecting these two to potentially go through to those finals. And it was quite a one-sided game, it looked like.
It was, and I think the one thing that we can say about both the games, we'll come on to FacuCowen as well, you can have a great qualifier, you can have a great Swiss, but when you come into a different tournament, it doesn't matter. It's a brand new tournament, as we saw in that game. I mean, you had the pleasure of commentating a bit, Pieface. Look at the stats on the side of PHzin. It just didn't look like the Matias Bonanno that we know, and PHzin will be over the moon with that result.
Do you think that Bonanno could have exploited PHzin a bit more? The fact that he had Gian Cancelo so often towards the box. There were holes in that defence that surely could have been exploited, but PHzin just doesn't give up possession. Yeah,
I mean, look, I think the one thing that Matias Bonanno has that a lot of other players don't have is a coach like Edu over his shoulder that can really look back on that. And also, I really doubt that we're going to see anyone go through this whole FC Pro Open and go unbeaten. There's so many games to be played. There's 4 across the 2 match days, so 8 in total. People are going to lose games. It's not the perfect start. Regroup, go again, and get it right. And Pieface, you were over in the commentary corner, and you were very, very impressed with the way that PHzin was pressing in a way that, to be honest, most pros wouldn't risk.
Yeah, it's just, you know what, it's so good to see these high-scoring matches, 17 goals over two games. And, I mean, it's so hard to get out of the back when you've got players attacking and pressing forward so strong. You just can't find a way, and that's what we saw, I think, in that game.
I think, though, that's just one game in. Bonanno's got 3 more tonight, and don't forget, we've got a second leg on the other half of Christmas as well. So maybe next time they face each other, it won't be quite so one-sided. But there you have it, the results from round 1, PHzin 5, Bonanno 2, Young 6, FacuCowen 4. So Facu has officially lost his first game at the FC Pro Open, but there is so much to play for. And at the table, we see PHzin with 3, Young with 3, and Happy with 0. But that's because he hasn't played a game yet. He's got to play the next 4. So let's hope his stamina is looking lively. And hopefully you guys are looking lively as too, because for our Season 2 rewards that you're eligible to receive are 300 XP points and a Jumbo Premium Gold Pack through viewership, a Premium Gold Players Pack in-game, and if you complete all of them, an 83x5 player pack. So link your Twitch or YouTube account with your EA account and get your viewership rewards. Now, Happy, the man who made us cry in the qualifier, is going to be making his way to the stage for his debut in the FC Pro Open. This, guys, brings the feels. Did you bring your tissues, Pieface?
I didn't, unfortunately.
It's all right. I got you back, mate. I'm going to get you one during this break. And you guys do not go anywhere because we're going to get emotional here on the desk.
The man from Mexico, Happy, has just qualified for this year's FC Pro Open. It is a fairy tale story for that man. His dad's been his biggest supporter. He's been on the journey with him since last year. How about that one for a moment to share with your son?
And I have a question for you. As his dad, how proud are you to watch that happen today?
I'm very proud of him. So.
Absolutely amazing.
PlayStation.
Is there anyone that you're not wanting to draw against?
Yeah, no PHzin for me. One of my best friends in Brazilian as well, so no PHzin, please.
And you know what? It is PHzin.
Young making the first mistake of live broadcasting there. Never tell us what you don't want to happen, because it always will. He plays PHzin now in the second round of matches. Meanwhile, Happy's making his debut in the FC Pro Open as he takes on FacuCowen in our other match. Can FacuCowen get his first win of the night? Well, Gravison now is with Young to see how he is feeling.
Yes, I'm definitely here with Young. We can do this interview in Portuguese, we could do it in Spanish, we do it in English. I think we're going to do it in English. But first things first, how was the first match?
Bro, it's so tough. Like, Facu is one of the best players that I play in South America. He was winning me like all the ladders that I was preparing. But today I won, so that's what's matter today.
Definitely, that's what matters today. And if you're talking about today, you're playing against PH now, player who you didn't want to play. Why was that?
Bro, it's gonna be so tough. I mean, PHzin is one of my idols in the game, so for me, he's the best Brazilian of all time. So we're gonna see what's gonna happen.
You could say he's the best Brazilian of time, definitely. But you're here, you're 21 now. You've been playing for a couple of years now. Do you think this is your time to make a statement and beat PH and definitely maybe to progress into the next stage and winning the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, I'm also confident in my gameplay this year. For me, it's the best year for me in gameplay. So let's see what's gonna happen. I'm very confident, and let's see what the game's gonna be.
Do you have any tactics? Obviously we're not gonna talk about them, but do you have any tactics that you're gonna use against PH, or is it gonna be a normal match for you?
No, I like to play like my style in the beginning of the game, and then like feeling what the game's gonna be, you know? Like if I need to be more defense, more possession, these kind of stuff. So I'm gonna like feel what the game is gonna be.
I don't think it's going to be a defensive match, if I'm honest. Maybe a Brazilian match is definitely not going to be a defensive match. So thank you, John, for this interview. Any words you want to say to Brazilian guys?
Yeah. Muito obrigado aí, rapaziada, por estar torcendo por mim. Tem muito mais coisa aí pela frente. Tamo junto, galera. É nóis.
So we're going to let you go and sit and play. Thank you so much for the interview, Young, and we are throwing it to the commentary desk. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Jaime Alvarez. Thank you for that interview. Great to hear the insight. As we said, for this upcoming matchup, it was pretty clear, Ryan, that someone didn't want to face someone in the group.
Yeah.
They are playing in this next game right now. PHzin against Young. I mean, it's still a Brazilian matchup.
Yeah, of course. It's going to be well, I'm going to say already, there's going to be a lot of goals in this game. Both of these players go forward a lot in their matches. Already seen the amount of goals they've scored in the first matchups today. So, yeah, I'm expecting a lot of goals.
Well, speaking of goals, we had 84 goals in Group A last week. The lowest scoring game we saw was a 2-1 matchup between Umit and Lucas last week. Other than that, Ryan, it's just goals galore. I think the highest scoring game we had potentially may have been a 7-5, or I think we saw a 9-6 in there. There was some big score lines. You've got to remember, 9-minute halves is what we're playing on now here in the FC Pro Open. Not 6-minute halves, 2-legged matches anymore, longer halves, and it means more opportunities and more goals.
Yep, exactly, and it's going to be a massive opportunity for Young. We saw his interview there with Gravison. I really like his confidence. I know he said how he admires PHzin because he's one of the role models in the South American scene. But again, you can have respect for somebody outside of the game, but the moment you step into it, that's where the concentration he needs to lock in, and I believe he'll be able to do that. It's going to be an interesting game.
Well, speak about being comfortable, there's a lot of players playing their first ever LAN event this year in the FC Pro Open, and the comfort is key thanks to our partner in Herman Miller, who have provided all the gaming chairs for this year's FC Pro Open. They supported in the qualifiers 2 weeks ago, and they'll be providing the chairs for all of our competitors across the next 8 weeks of action heading into next year. And of course, throughout this long old season, they were enough to keep PHzin in winning form. It's up against Young this time of Tuzzy Esports. I'll be honest, Ryan, I'm surprised Tuzzy Esports didn't give you a call.
Yes,
they seem like they're
picking up
signing everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyone.
Exactly. They've got a very, very strong roster, especially well, in this group, but primarily having 3 players in the same group. We can take a look at the 2 players. Both players on 3 points after the first game. As we get into game number 2, it's going to be PHzin kicking from left to right in the Ajax kit, and it's going to be Young kicking from right to left.
Well, if you did have any coins and you invested them in Willian.
Oh, I've cashed out.
Have you cashed out already?
Of course, you take the profit when it comes.
Do you think you've hit the peak?
It depends. If he wins this game, he's going to go even higher, but I'm happy to just be comfortable and take the profit. To the triggered run. Pick up Valverde.
In terms of missing out on all these promo upgrades, running what myself, Brandon Smith and Ryan Purcell were talking about there. It's the FC Pro Live item, which is the promo that a lot of you at home will be very intrigued about across the next few weeks. Basically, these players here will have a massive impact in your in-game items in your club if you have invested in some of them. For example, Willian, formerly of Arsenal, Chelsea, now playing his football at Fulham. He's the most expensive player in this group, and he's just gone up again, another rating. That will be updated in the next few days. PHzin, though, he may have had an Ajax player, but regardless of that, he can turn into a very decent player. Did you do the SBC?
I'll be honest, I didn't. That's not anything to do with PHzin. I felt like my club is stacked with midfielders already. I don't think I need another addition.
Speaking of, another goal for PHzin to add on to his tally. Militao able to deal with that one without any sorts of problems. It is PHzin kicking from left to right in that Ajax strip, of course. And Young, Tuzzy Esports.
Oh, great dribbling.
Kicking from right to left. He must be feeling so confident right now, Ryan. Beating FacuCowen, the player that's had so much hype from South America after going 7-0. Penalty? Hey?
Oh, ref.
Referee.
That's shocking. I need to see that again, ref.
We need to see that one again. PHzin won't complain because he could be 1-1 from the spot. Up steps João Cancelo down the middle. And it is the Ajax e-sporter that leads by a goal to 0. I mean, look, he's coming off fine form right now in the Eredivisie. Him and Levi David are teammates in that competition. They won the winter side of the season. And although he's been outside of South America for such a long time...
Oh, that's harsh.
It just looks like his form is continuing to go on. Look, it's a horrible penalty to concede.
But you have to take it. Sometimes luck falls on your side. Sometimes it falls against you. It happens. You just have to take it in your stride. And of course, if you're in Young's position, not get derailed by giving away a penalty early on. But PHzin again, starting promising on the front foot. You see Young's intention straight from the kickoff, pushing forward.
Massive chance.
The
back post available. Oh, that's the worst Ravelli you ever see.
Oh no, red timed finish as well. The all-important clutch moment in front of goal. The overlapping fullback just onside there and just red timing it. Of course, lowers the chance of finding the back of the net drastically. So that was a big moment to potentially equalise.
Just want to speak about one thing that has been evident of the first 15 minutes of this game. Triggered runs, Ryan. You spoke about it clearly of how important it is for someone at home that might be looking to add it into their gameplay. How easy is it to add in? Because you can already see in this game just the amount of opportunities he gives you. It's Mbappe that's always making that triggered run.
Yeah, it's a very simple thing to do. Of course, you can do it whilst in possession, just by holding down L1 and passing it. And of course, outside of possession, you can just spam it because you can take a look at the way both of these players are attacking. You trigger the left back, you trigger the right back. It forces your opponent to track the runs or to be wary of the runs, even if they don't track it. And it just gives you more bodies going forward, more overlaps. And especially in this formation, the 4-3-2-1 this year, having the overlaps is very important to build up.
Well, it's the formation that everybody is using.
Great step over.
Watch out for Mbappe now. Ferland Mendy won't be Trivela into this time. Fakes the play a lot once and twice. Actually uses it on the third time of asking. Mbappe looks for the overlap. And it will be the defensive Ferland Mendy on the side of Young. They will just swap possession once again. There's a lot of you in the chat speaking about the Mystery Nation, that objective that came out tonight. Stay tuned is all we're going to say. And there will be more hints coming later on the broadcast today. I'll be loving some of the guesses. I did read while I was off the first game as this chance comes in. Young looking for an equaliser, defended well. Someone in the chat said, oh, they said Magpies, so it must be England. Richard wasn't saying that.
Yeah.
Richard was saying that the person in the chat was called Magpies.
Oh, it's just offside there.
I just love in the Twitch chat. Someone says something, and it just starts.
Yeah.
It's just sort of whispers going around. Here's a chance for Young on the other side. Alex Pateles now, loads of space. Then back post pass. Oh, Ferland Mendy. Right place, right time from the Frenchman, just to get round and to defend that one. Just a quick update from our other game. It's another Tuzzy eSport matchup. It's Happy, the Mexican player, who only 24 hours ago swapped esports teams and signed for Tuzzy eSports. He's in a game against FacuCowen. As soon as we've got an update from it, we will give you the latest there. Here's PHzin looking for a second goal. Modric, one more pass. It's perfect.
He's
football
PHzin is liquid.
He didn't, in hindsight,
he didn't need the extra pass.
He did not need the extra pass, but for PHzin, he did need the extra pass. Just to ensure it was a 99.9% chance of scoring. We'll see it on the replay. Ryan Pessoa, take it away.
It's just the way he chooses the pass. He forces Young to make mistakes and make errors. And of course, the goalkeeper movement that gives him no hope to save that. PHzin 2 goals up in this game. He is looking on fire.
Well, we mentioned there's a goal over here. FacuCowen, who did lose his opening game, 6 goals to 4 against Young, has opened up his account. It's the Argentine that leads with Neymar on the half-turn. Just bundling.
Yeah.
Humming some referee. Where's the free kick there? Nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, that's a weird one. You don't really see that, of course, bundling there after the step over. It's unfortunate defending there. But FacuCowen takes the lead. He needs to rebound because, of course, he's playing in a position that has only, well, that's his first game. So, of course, you could catch him cold. It's sort of a perfect time to play him. And for FacuCowen, he needs to bounce back after that loss. Look at the overlap there from Mendy's, just offside.
At that moment, João Cancelo was completely pickpocketed there. 30 minutes in. PHzin leads by 2 goals to 0. What's even more interesting about this matchup, the coach that sits on the opposite side of the stage to PHzin is actually the national team coach of Brazil. If you remember rightly, Brazil have been multiple-time world champions. Just last year as well, they did pick up another one of those world titles. That must be hard for PHzin to play against his national team coach that knows so much about him. Here's Young. Neymar! Was not the man inside, that was Vinicius Junior. He looked to develop that one into the goal. This could be nice though. Vinicius again. Virgil van Dijk would not be the player to have the shot on goal.
Nice.
Oh, this is headers and volleys!
Nice.
Proper! No nonsense football there from Young. The ball was bouncing around the box. We'll see it again on the replay. Look, the game changes there. A little dink into Virgil van Dijk. João Cancelo puts up in the air. It's unconventional.
It really is unconventional, but again, it stems from the triggered run, playing it over to João Cancelo on the back post. He's done it, he's put enough power there, just enough for it to fall to Vinicius at the back post. And it gives him a lifeline back into this game.
Well, speaking of goals, we've got more to update you on in the other game that's taking place. FacuCowen did go up by a goal to 0. As soon as we've got the latest in that game, we will give it to you. There hasn't just been 1 goal in this game, there's been 2 goals in this game. Happy was the player that set off in the first game. What a crazy run he had to the qualification of this tournament. He's just scored 2 goals in no time at all, right? The first one might be fortunate, but the second one is very much classy.
Yeah, the play lock cancels there, and then eventually playing the pass, taking the touch back from where it came, and then putting it into the top corner, reversing this game. It's a 32 minutes played in that game, 2-1 up Happy. He's responded very well from going a goal down early on.
As we said, keep in mind that with 1 win tonight, all of the FC Pro items will be upgraded. This could be a 3-1 lead for PHzin if he can recover the ball. No, he can't.
Look at the press. Goodness me, there's no space to play out against PHzin. Players just suffocate you every single time you gain possession. But could leave him open for some counter-attacks, which you saw in moments of the last game.
Modric has been one of the most chosen players in this week's FC Pro draft. Caroline Hansen looking for the overlap there. Look at the space for Mbappe. Eder Militao does well to recover, and so does Ferland Mendy. It seems like there's been a big injection of Caroline Hansen back into these teams. She only featured in 1 team last weekend, Brian.
Yeah, that surprised me, I'll be honest. I think she's one of the best items that you can play down the wings on this game. Or even in a 4-3-2-1, you can play a right centre mid, right forward. So she offers a lot going forward with the skill moves, the dribbling.
PHzin in a dangerous area once again. No way through that time for Heung-min Son.
You see, that's why Valverde's chosen. You see both situations there. Just being able to cover the ground there to retrieve the ball. Interceptions is very, very key.
And another great attribute on top of that, Ryan, is that if you're desperate for sort of chemistry and you're desperate to try and squeeze you into the team, he can play as a right winger just as the game starts. You can move him back into the midfield. We're going to jump across to the other game right now to give you the lowdown there. This one is currently 2-1 to Happy. This is live right now, 43 minutes on the clock. He's Happy kicking from left to right. FacuCowen on the attack now, one of the last ones of the half. Trivela maybe, Modric, and Valverde linking up very well.
Good step. I think there might be time for one last attack. If there's added time, it could be a last moment in this half for Happy to capitalise. How much added time? It's going to be 1 minute added on. He needs to go forward.
Referee will play a throw it inside the half of FacuCowen. This is Happy looking for a 3-1. Is he onside? No, he's not.
Just off.
And that should do us for half-time in the game. Happy leads by 2-1. Such an incredible story for him. His dad is his coach and has been on the journey with him. He was at the playoffs with him last year. He went to the World Championships with him across the summer in Riyadh. And look, I believe his dad's pretty much given up his job to travel around the world with his son. It's not been a bad start to the season for him, has it?
No, it's been a great start. And of course, in this group, playing against players that he potentially would have had experience of, potentially seeing in a similar region on that side of the world. So it's a good experience for both of them to be in the biggest tournament of the year so far.
Yeah, absolutely. For those at home that are watching as well, let us know in the chat which FC Pro item that you have got your hands on or maybe you invested in. As we said, this man had Willian. Did sell him. There is a world tonight, Ryan, where, I mean, look, if this game does flip on its head, we could be seeing Young, if he was to get a draw and win his last 2 games today, we could be seeing a Willian that's a 90 rated tonight.
Yeah,
it could happen.
It could happen. It happened last week with Yilmaz. Oh, sensational. Oh, good goalkeeper movement there from PHzin. That's a great start to the half from Young. It's got a corner.
Well, another corner to be played in. Virgil van Dijk. It's another corner to be played. We'll see what can happen from this one. It doesn't look like it comes to anything, or does it? It's another corner again. While we've got a break in play, Pieface joins us back in the commentary booth again here at the FC Pro Open. I mean, you're probably the man to ask this question, Pieface. What do you do from a corner?
I always go short, every time. Because I always find they move the keeper. Do you know what no one's managed to do against me this season? I've moved the keeper every time, and they've not managed to get it in. They try every time to bend it in from the corner. No one's managed it yet. So if you play me in the weekend league, give it a try, because someone's got to do it at some point.
Speaking of attacks, here's another one you're looking at right now. João Cancelo, that's on a play. Oh, he's perfect for Valverde. And that is why he's in the teams. He's not just there as a box-to-box midfielder. He does get involved in the attacks, Ryan. He can even get on the score sheet.
Yeah, that is a great cross in there. You can see Cancelo, just a triggered run there. Oh, that's sensational. Perfectly weighted. PHzin, honestly, I know it's only 2 games in, but I'm really, really impressed with what we've been seeing so far.
Massive goal. Extends the 2-goal cushion. I mean, Valverde has already had a couple of special items this year.
I did check through the break as well, Ryan. Willian is nearly $1 million now.
Oh, yeah, he was long gone.
Oh, you sold him? Oh, my. He's taking the coins.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
I'm gutted. I didn't do the SBC.
Yeah, same. I think that's something
I do every SBC and I missed it.
Do we want to talk about your other investments or not?
Well, I mean, look, it's a long evening. We've got 4 more games left to go, plenty of time. 3 more games he's got to play, plenty of time. It'll come good, Brandon. It'll come good.
55 minutes in this one. The other matchup between Happy and FacuCowen is 2-1. That's 51 minutes into the game. Just to get your thoughts as well, Pi, on the addition of women in Ultimate Team this year, especially players like Caroline Hansen that just cause a lot of issues on FUT Champions to a lot of players, including myself, in terms of they are just unbelievable in the final third.
It's like that agility, the dribbling, the shooting, absolutely crazy. My favourite one actually I've enjoyed using is Georgia Stanway. I like using her in the middle of the park, especially coming off the bench late in a Champs game, as kind of like, a bit of a box-to-box midfielder. If you need a cheap option, she's very, very good. I like Bob Matty as well. And yeah, I really wanted to try and get hold of her Centurions item, wasn't able to. What a goal.
And then Mbappe makes it 4. I'll tell you one thing from PHzin, no Vamoses tonight.
Yeah, of course he's playing against a friend, so maybe that's why he's limiting the celebrations. We take a look at the replay, some ball in behind, Mbappe holding his run. The obvious thing here is to pass it back to Hillmanson that's running. A lot of players or people watching this would pass it instantly first time, but he's taken the touchdown, he's trusted his ability to find the back of the net direct. And that's exactly what he does, a 3-goal cushion.
Just reading out some of those messages in the chat today. We got Berkey, come on PHzin, you've got this. I mean, right now he's on his way to 6 points from 6. That'll be another upgrade for his item. It was an SBC item, as we said. That'll be a play style and a position change that comes in now with 6 points on the board. Someone in the chat as well, Ryan, says, Stefanos, need my Willian upgraded. Well, he's already got one upgrade.
I'm with you, my friend. He's not, we've got the points now, but yeah, this game looks like it's going to be an uphill battle for him to try and get the 6 points from this game. As you see him building up here, he loves that the L1R1 direction there, and he's Mbappe, and it's a great save. It's fallen back to him. It could have been a penalty there.
Tell you what, Schmeichel's been pretty decent so far in this game. Happy looks like he scored another goal. Oh, I don't want to see this again. Oh no. 2 of the goals that Happy has scored, I can assure you FacuCowen won't be too happy about. Oh, I mean, there's one of them. He was the only player to use Thunderstruck Varane in the team. After that heavy touch, he might be the first player to discard him.
Who's on the bench? Who's on the bench? Someone has to come on.
He's going in an SBC, I think, after this game.
Gold upgrade, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, do you know, you mentioned Schmeichel. I don't know if he's still available as an SBC item, but he was quite cheap.
Oh,
wow.
PHzin! Valverde! Just doing Valverde things. That's the second goal he scored. I mean, that's the Trivela. That's the power of the Trivela and having midfielders that can do it, Ryan.
It is. That's why it's very important to have different avenues to score. And that is exactly what PHzin does there from the edge of the box. Trivela with Valverde. I need to take a look again if the goalkeeper moves. It wasn't green timed as well. Doesn't move the keeper. He's a bit off his line there, off the underside of the bar. 5-1.
It's just smooth, isn't it?
It's that little ball roll as well. Yeah. He just takes the defender away. That's one of the only moves I can do. Yeah,
I can do it. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
I know I can flick the stick a little bit to the left and to the right. I've got
yeah, all right.
Got a ball. I'm asking Ryan for coaching after this. I want to confirm. Right, I'm going to try and get some free coaching.
Well, we'll level you up from what, 6 wins to about 13?
Yeah, I mean, if you can get me to 14, I tell you what, if you can get me to 14 wins at any time this season, it'd be a miracle.
Yeah. Baby steps. We're aiming for we'll get 11 consistently.
Yeah, thank you. That's what we need.
Well, let's quickly check into this game. There's still 3-1. This is live now. FacuCowen could be on his way to 2 back-to-back defeats. And it goes to show again, Ryan, you can have a great Swiss round. We always say that you can have a great Swiss tournament. You fly back to Argentina, you come back 2 weeks later. It's a very different story. Is he on for 4? FacuCowen might get the bounce back once or twice. Little reverse elastico. He looks to just toy with FacuCowen at the back. Speeds up the pace of this attack now. Ball's ricocheting around the box. Where's he going to end up? There you go, finally. A break in play. Just a breather.
I like that attack from Happy there, just utilising the pace. He knows when Mbappe's in behind and he's in full stride, whether it's Van Dijk, Varane, you're not going to catch him when there's that bit of distance. But our main feature game, there has been another goal. Which way has it gone between PHzin and Young, Brandon?
Oh, it's a PHzin goal, isn't it? Neymar driving this attack forward. It's into Mbappe. Yeah. It's De Bruyne that's getting involved in the action as well.
It's scary stuff for PHzin, I'll be honest.
I think the last 3 goals that PHzin scored have not been from an attacker as well. It just goes to show the power of his midfield in this one.
Yeah, I mean, he's still got, obviously, 2 more games to play tonight, but I think other people in other groups are going to be looking at his performance and thinking, wow, because he's turned up, right? Absolutely turned up.
Just on that as well, Ryan, I feel like, look, yes, he's been here in Europe for quite some time. He's had the pleasure of staying in the Netherlands thanks to his team in Ajax. He's been playing in the Eredivisie. They've just finished the winter season there. His teammates of Levi de Veer of Team Hulle, who's also in the FC Pro Open. They won that. He has been getting reps in against other European players, and I think maybe him just being here has just given him maybe a little bit of a boost.
Well, you can see that the way he just plays with confidence. He trusts his game style, his game plan. He goes into it, and of course having a coach like Nick over your shoulder.
Oh, he's just oozing.
It's that dribbling. It's a joy to watch. It actually is. You mentioned it earlier with the way that these sort of South American players, they play with such an aggressive attacking style. It's so nice to see. I just wish I could do it, Brandon.
Me too, I'm on that train. Here's a chance for Usman Dembele to try and get through. If you do have any questions for PieFace, do get them in the Twitch chat. We'll try and read a few out for you before he leaves us for the commentary of this first game. But the big news is, if you are someone that has got Van der Boomen, the SBC, he will be getting another upgrade. It won't be a rating upgrade, but it will be a playstyle and the position modifier on his in-game item. There's a world, Ryan, where PHzin could, by the end of round 4, would have played all his games today, could remain unbeaten or have 12 points on the board and be putting his feet up for round 5 and relaxing.
Yep, exactly. And I have to ask to re-release the SBC, I'll be honest. I might need him in the team now.
Maybe the powers above. Bring him back. Bring him back.
The question is the play style. I doubt people out there want too much out of Finesse Plus. I know they love it. I don't know whether they want that, even though he's a centre mid. Maybe Relentless Plus, something like that. That's what that Valverde item's got. I mean, we've seen what he can do today.
Just looking across at the other game, Happy still leads FacuCowen by 3 goals to 1 in round 2 here in Group B of the FC Pro Open. We have still got 3 more rounds to come your way today from this group.
I've got a question for you, Pi. So it's
Sure.
about in there. Favourite attacking playstyle?
I mean, it's probably got to be Finesse Plus just because it's.
Yeah, I think that's an easy one. What about defensive? A defensive playstyle?
I like the stopper. I'm a fan of the stopper. Do you know the card that I like using is Thunderstruck Romero, the SBC item.
Okay,
I'm a big fan of it. I know it's a little bit, Spurs, but he's very good. He's well priced and very good. Him and Thiago Silva, a nice combo.
You actually saw a goal. Is that what was happening? Yeah, it did end up going in there, just off the inside of the post. Young manages to get a goal back. Seems as if it's going to be nothing but consolation with just under 10 minutes left to be played. The goalkeeper movement made Young's mind up to go at the near post. 6 goals to 2. We take a look at the replay. Sent PHzin there, slide tackling. Valverde driven pass into Son. Passes it back there. Matias Green in at the near post. 6 goals to 2 now.
Well, PieFace does leave the commentary desk for a while. He will join the analysis board, I'm sure, of Richard Buckley very soon. But in the meantime, it's had a great comment from the Twitch chat. I mean, it's always going to surprise us and entertain us tonight. Someone in the chat has rightly said, his name's Mario Mero, 629. Can someone give Happy's dad a chair? Herman Miller, if you watch, could we get him a chair out the back for Happy's dad? I mean,
hey, don't forget me. Don't forget me.
Put Ryan Bassaro on that list as well. There's potentially another goal goes over the bar. 6-2, PHzin does lead this game. So our tensions do turn away. We can pretty much tell that this game is concluded, but what a dream start it has been. Top 4 in the World Championships last year. Got an auto invite to this tournament, and there's reason why these invites are awarded to a handful of these players, Ryan, because they come in with performances like that.
Absolutely, he's been flawless these first 2 games. Of course, 2 more games left to be played to see if he can seal out a perfect day of 12 points. But nonetheless, 6 points on day 1 is still an amazing thing to accomplish. You don't necessarily have to win every single game. You just need to be in with a shout going into next week or the second game week in 4 weeks' time, to be able to secure yourself that top 2 spot into the knockout stages, and he's definitely en route to do that.
Bellingham comes on as a late change, any time of 3 minutes. He might look to go and conclude the other game as well, which is taking place just behind the main game. Mendy pulls that one out of play. Last 13 game seconds before we conclude round 2, but the headline story is this: PHzin 6 points from 6. Young will taste his first defeat in the tournament. Still be on 3 points though. But it's a game that delivered once again. It might have been a slow 30-40 minutes into the game, and then suddenly bang.
Yeah, felt as if I thought it was relatively even in the first 30 minutes or so between Young and PHzin, but PHzin just put his foot down on the pedal, got those all-important goals, and just slowly pulled away and made the deficit too large for Young to retrieve. And it's a perfect start, as we said, from PHzin. It's been incredible performances as well.
Yeah, also, I just saw looking across the studio there, full time as well for Happy. Happy wins 3-1, was 1-0 down against FacuCowen. You know, this surprise player that we've been speaking about, 7-0 2-3 weeks ago, comes in today, 0 points from 6. It's looking difficult for him.
Yeah, it's tough because he's already played 2 games against someone that's Happy that's played 1 game who already has more points than you. So you're kind of thinking you need points on the board. They have to come somewhere. And his next 2 games are incredibly tough as well. So it's going to be very difficult to try and bounce back. But he just needs to have the mentality and just reset and go again.
Well, the good thing is, Ryan, there's still 3 more rounds of group play here today in London. But for now, he left us and ran away. Pieface, I believe, is at the desk with you, Frankie.
Hello. Sorry, me and Pieface were just chatting about our drafts while we waited to have a chat to you guys at home, because all players have now played Pieface. I want to know your early impressions.
Well, obviously, PHzin, ridiculously good start. So I think still got 2 more games to play, but the way he's sort of attacked has just been absolutely incredible. And then we also saw Happy, what a result for him in that first game for him.
Would you get one of your family members to coach you?
I think my sister would do a good job, actually. She's quite, like, motivational. Actually, I say motivational, she'd probably just shout at me and be like, get better. I think that's what she'd do, just say, get better.
I think there are a few people wouldn't mind doing that job for you if you ever need us to.
Yes.
You know, we don't mind standing behind you for your 2 million followers to appreciate our work, telling you to get better. But you know what? You're just as swell as you are. And looking at the results, though, PHzin 6 points. There are going to be some very happy owners of that Bond-Borman card. And if you are one of those people, do let us know, #FCPro. Meanwhile, Happy getting his first win after his first performance here in the studio. He does have a bit of an uphill battle because he is going up against... He's going up against Bonanno next, and that's going to be a really interesting matchup, I think.
Yeah, I think especially after Bonanno sort of struggling in his first game. I personally sort of expect that to be a little bit closer than 5-2, but I think he's going to use that as motivation to bounce back for his second match.
Speaking of Bonanno, his coach Edu right now is over with Richard Buckley.
Be careful what you're saying, because I've got the main man Edu here with me. It's a privilege. I know you're very busy. You've been watching that last round. You're getting ready for the rest of Bonanno's tournament. First thing I've got to ask you, opening game against PHzin, what went wrong?
I mean, I think that we didn't start it the way we wanted, and then we bounced back with the draw. And at the moment we were like 2-1 down and Mati had the counter-attack with Mbappe close to halftime. I think that draw would have been key, and then we got scored like the 3-1 from PHzin, and I think that was like the point from the game.
The way that PHzin's going, is that the toughest game of the tournament out the way with?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's playing crazy, and I think like the way he plays, like so aggressive, is so difficult to counter, and it's so difficult like to get out of the press he does like so high, and even he's been like so clinical, scoring a lot of goals. So yeah, he's playing crazy now.
Well, I've got you on not just to talk about today, but wind the clock back to a match that all the FC community was watching. It was against Anders Vejrgang, and we can just pull it in here, hopefully. We can't at the minute, but we can talk about it. It was a game where you found yourself at 2-2, you found yourself getting back into that match, and you completely changed the way that you played. Talk us through that game from your perspective as the coach, because I even spoke to Anders, and he said, we're struggling, like, I can't get near Bonanno. What changed?
Yeah, I mean, we were playing the whole tournament with 4-3-2-1, which was our main formation, and at that moment we were 2-2 drawing. We switched to 4-2-2 because from my point of view, it was a game in which we could use the wings to counter-attack him. And he's a player which is so aggressive too, so if you're playing like the fullbacks up to attack, he will counter you through the wings. So I said, it's better like to have the fullbacks back and like to have the 4 defenders back there, like so then just attack through the wings. And we also know like how he plays. Like he likes cutting back all the time, playing like those R1X inside. So
that formation change changed the game for you. What's he like to coach? You've coached him now for, this is the 3rd season. He always looks like he's having fun when he's in those games, but we often say when the headset comes off, the game's either won or the game's either lost. What's he like?
Yeah, I mean, I think that when he's happy, he shows that he's confident. So I think that's one of the main points for him, that if he's feeling it, he will be happy and he will be like so confident on his game. So hopefully we'll get it back now and make the 9-on-9.
Well, I don't want to keep you much longer because I see Bonanno getting into his booth. Edu, privileged to be joined with you. Frankie, Pi, did you get some tips?
So many tips. I'm definitely curious to know which formation Bonanno is going to be bringing against Happy after the break.
Yeah, I mean, I think It's all about this year, I think, the midfield. It's so key, and especially with Valverde kind of like running things. And we saw as well, he can shoot. Those Trivela goals that we saw in that last match were, well, ridiculous. I can't hit them. Even I haven't got the left trigger ability.
Most of us don't worry. I know you're onto your ball rolling though. I've heard you talking how you can flick the stick.
Yeah.
Over in the commentary booth. I can't wait to hear more insight from your own gameplay later. Unfortunately though, we don't have time right now because we need to take a break. But when we come back, it's going to be Matias Bonanno versus Happy. Brilliant.
Perfect.
Well done, mate.
Nice. You just stand up.
PlayStation.
PHzin. How you doing, my friend?
Good, indeed.
I'm going to ask you to draw your favourite football player.
Oh, I'm so bad.
How has this game changed your life?
Com certeza mudou muita coisa na minha vida. Ser jogador profissional e também ajudar minha família com isso é incrível para mim, representar um grande clube na Europa. Então estou muito feliz e espero alcançar muito mais ainda na minha carreira. Eu não consigo borrar um jogador.
If you were in charge of the budget for the draft, what would you want the draft restrictions to be? How many coins per team?
Acho que escolheria 12, 13 milhões.
You just want a God team. You want the God squad. You played in the eDivise this year. What is it like playing in the eDivise?
Para mim é muito importante agora estar jogando uma grande liga, que dá vaga diretamente à Copa do Mundo.
It looks like you're drawing a pumpkin at the moment. What would it mean if you were to go on and win the FC Pro Open?
Acho que ganhar o Pro Open é sonho para mim, né? E eu me consagraria como dos melhores jogadores, eu acho que da história. Então eu vou fazer de tudo para tentar ganhar esse torneio. É grande sonho.
It's been a privilege talking to you, PHzin. The time's up. This is maybe the worst one we've seen so far. Show the camera this drawing because, well, I'll take that back off you. No one ever needs to see that again. We'll see you in action in a couple of weeks. See you soon.
Thank you, see you.
Disculpe, PHzin, because we do need to see that again. I love that after they finished filming, he actually crossed it out, because I think what he was trying to do was, allegedly, he was trying to draw the whole of Real Madrid rather than doing the assignment, which was to his favourite player. We've literally been getting this on the desk. We've been like, maybe it's Roberto Carlos, maybe it's Zidane. You were saying,
I thought it was
maybe
Zidane,
it's
but...
R9. Let us know in Twitch chat what you think, because we have no idea, and I have to, a bit like with the drawings last week, I go to bed and this is the last thing I see. It's really disturbing working on this show. Honestly, come and do FC, they said. They didn't warn me adequately enough. Let's move on to, like, I guess, less scary subjects, which is PHzin's performance. He has really knocked it out of the park so far, gents. But he is claiming that if he wins this, he's going to be the greatest, or one of the greats.
I don't agree with that. I think this is an important tournament. Obviously, it's a major. But for me, the thing that cements you as a GOAT is the World Championship. So obviously it's important, but I think it's the World Championships.
Yeah, he made it to the top 4, but he was beaten by Mark 11 the last time we saw him playing on that international stage. However, he's clearly put that behind him. As you can see, 6 goals in that last game alone. It was an absolutely blinding performance.
Yeah, cracking showing. And I mean, can he do it again? That is the question. If he continues to play with that sort of no fear style, I think he certainly could.
Yeah, he's got the multi-year contract at Ajax, so he was signed to them for a year. They've now gone, you know what, let's bung an extra 2 years on, and for good reason after the way that he's performing so far. The thing about PHzin, though, is he has won eLibertadores in 2022, came second this year, and he's won back-to-back E-Nations as well, but that's a 2v2. He hasn't won an international cup so far as a solo player. And I guess that this is probably his best chance to break out as that player that can win solo.
And that's the thing. He used to live in Brazil. Now he's moved to Europe, which is a huge thing, like moving continentally. I know he's a family man as well, so I just think he's out here to just be the best player of all time and the best player right now. And I think he can make it, especially with this statement.
Does that mean having to play in Europe?
I still think, though, as you said, I still think it's going to take time for him to be considered one of, if not the greatest. I mean, for me, off the top of my head, I'm thinking Tex, MS Desari. Those are the sort of players that I think of the real sort of esports goats. So,
is MS Desari still someone who's going to make a comeback? Or do you think he marks a separate generation?
Oh yeah,
we're
I mean,
actually
just
in
in
the next
terms
generation
of someone you're sort of going to call as, I mean, it's the same as in real life football, right? You'd still look at players like Ronaldinho and stuff that don't play now, but have set a.
We're almost looking for the successor.
Yeah, I couldn't be objective about this. I'm a fanboy of Mr. Desari, so if he could come back and win the tournament, for sure.
Well,
I'm a fanboy.
He has an era. He has a solid 2-year era to his name. He's still competing. We could very well see him picking up trophies later this year. This just wasn't his event. But it is going to be really interesting to see if the person that does win the FC Pro Open is our next player to join him in the Hall of Fame, I guess you could say. But you know what? We are getting ahead of ourselves because we're only just about to get into our third game of Group B. We're only in leg 1, so let's head over to Brian to take us into the action because I want to see who comes out on top between Happy and Bonanno.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, we're excited to get this next round underway. And what's more important is the pressure builds for FacuCowen. Hasn't won a game yet. Yes, we're singing the praises on one side of PHzin. But FacuCowen, we always said this. We said this last week, Ryan. You have to leave the round 1 of games. For example, if you're in A, B, C or D, you have to leave the first week of your group play with something.
Absolutely.
1 point, 2 points, 3, something. You cannot leave with 0.
Yeah, and he's playing somebody on the richest of forms coming into this now. 6 points, took 2 wins back-to-back for PHzin. Of course, the other game, our main featured one, is Matias Bonanno up against Happy, which is another massive game for both of these players. Happy on 3 points, Matias on 0 as it stands. It's a huge game for Matias to try and get points on the board.
Well, the one thing that may have got in Matias Bonanno's favour is that he did lose his first game against PHzin, which on paper you would say is going to be the most difficult game he plays in this group. But he had a break, he had a game off.
Can reset, could just reset there and speak to Edu behind him, just get back to the drawing board, start from scratch again. Well, not even start from scratch, to be honest. I think they have a play style that they believe in, and it works. It's just, it just didn't work out in that game.
Well, if you have got money in Karamo, and you're waiting patiently for an upgrade, it could happen this game here.
Oh, great challenge.
Matias Bonanno was to win. Speaking of Toivin, of Udinese, that's the player that Happy has of this FC Pro, but that did just get a +1 upgrade to an 88 in-game item of his 3-1 win. Mbappe, a couple of step overs. Happy looking to start this game off perfectly. Brilliant feed from Hansen! I mean, that would have been one of the best goals we would have seen. Huge save from Alisson.
That would have been disgusting, Brandon.
He looked like he was going to lose the ball 2 or 3 times, but still just kept hold of it somehow. He missed the bracket run that Happy had to get here. It was relentless. He went 3-2 in Swiss, and his knockout play was a penalty shootout win to keep him in here, and then a 90th minute moment of magic on the opposite side there. Here's Vinicius Jr. for Matias Bonanno. Unfortunately, it's the rose to the knockout. Luka Modric wins the ball back if you are a Man City esports fan. Speaking of Matias Bonanno, if you saw him in action in the FC Pro Open Global Qualifier, the tournament that got him here in those knockout games, Ryan, so convincing, so impressive with his performances. When you look at the players he had to go up against.
Yep, exactly. I said it earlier, and I genuinely stand by this. His run, for me, was the hardest on paper, and his only loss coming against his teammates. You see Happy building up here. Reverse Elastico, playing it to the edge. Modric fakes a Burberspin, can't find the space through Matias' defense there. But again, just the way he played against those top names, Emre Yilmaz, Anders, to name a few, was unbelievable.
Huge names that he had to get past. League Champions League winner and the feed on of Anders Vejrgang to qualify in the top 20 players. Obviously, Emre Yilmaz did still qualify, and so did Anders Vejrgang. But still, cannot look past that. Happy.
Nice.
With Hansen, back to Valverde, punched into Vinicius Jr. Just the way he can turn the pace up of the attacks, he's so impressive. One thing that Gravison spoke highly of Matias Bonanno was just how he was able to utilise this man on the ball now, Hakimi. It might just be his 84 rated goal in-game item, Ryan, but he does get involved in the attacks, and he did score a couple of goals in the qualifier. Heung-min Son will get forced to get the ball back once or twice. The ball still does fall, then Mbappe, who looks to dance his way past 1 or 2 players. Reverse Elastico, still Mbappe has it on his feet somehow.
Pen? Oh, God.
And then it goes for a goal kick. We're back to the point about Hakimi, sorry.
And especially if you have a, well, with Hakimi, the 4-star skills, 4-star weak foot. Obviously, offensively, you trust him a little bit more than Mendy, and it's a driven pass here into Vinicius. It's going to be a free kick just on the edge here for Matias. He's going to go direct or lay it off.
What's Edu been working on the training ground? Not a direct... Oh, it is! It's a direct shot from Luka Modric! The course all off guard! And it even pulls a cheeky smile from Matias Bonanno. How long
He's happy with that.
have they been working on that one?
He's taking it quickly there, outside of the boot. Luka Modric with the Trivela play style. And he puts that in. The defender didn't move in time to head it off the line, or maybe it was just too high into the net there for him to reach. And it's 1 goal for Matias in this game against Happy. 1 goal lead. 17 minutes have been played so far.
Well, as soon as we can, we will give you an update across the other game. PHzin against FacuCowen. 1 player's won both their games they've played as it stands. On the other side, FacuCowen 0 points from a possible 6 so far. It's not been the start he would have wanted. As much as you could argue, Matias Bonanno's had his back against the wall in the first 20 minutes. Set pieces change games. We just saw a prime example of that right there. Still.
Good step over and controlled sprint there. Does get a little bit lucky to keep possession.
Tell you what, Ryan, this Mbappe is just not giving up. He keeps winning back the ball again and again and again. Good feet. The ball rolls her out in.
Oh, good step.
Full force.
That
could
mistake.
be punished again. It's another big step-up tackle there from Koundé that time. Well, we have an update in the other game. It was FacuCowen against PHzin. Is it PHzin being ruthless again? Yes, it is. 30 minutes in, it's Hansen that leads by a goal to nil. A little Trivela outside the boot. And it's no surprise that anything that he does shoot on sight does go into the back of the net with how convincing he was in that last game. 6 shots, 6 goals, Ryan.
Yep, just playing towards the byline, cutting it back for a Trivela across goal. Very common goal we see amongst players this year in this situation. Matias step overing, using the speed boost with Neymar, playing it to the edge. That pass would have been offside.
His heavy touches have not helped at all. A couple of times at the back there for Happy. He's not really had any real control or say in it.
Oh, it's a horror mistake.
Oh, can he punish him, Valverde? Mbappe is through. There's the one more pass.
Oh,
and there goes the chance begging.
Yeah, I thought he brought the goalkeeper out a little bit too far there. I think he's done just enough because he moved him towards the near post, so you can't run around the goalkeeper there. He had to play it back, but then really an open goal, maybe you could expect a little bit, but at least hit the target from that position. So he'd be definitely annoyed by that. But Happy's making a lot of mistakes defensively. He needs to sharpen up.
Well, in hindsight, I was very, very fortunate not to concede from that mistake. One of those, I think, with Mbappe, just maybe had a little bit too much time on the ball. Let us know at home as well. Get involved in the chat. What radioactive player you've been lucky enough to get your hands on across the last weekend of content. If you haven't seen, the squad building requirements here do require one radioactive player to feature in the teams. If it wasn't Valverde, who would it be? Would it be as easy as Messi, or would there be another player?
Oh, it's actually a tough one.
Because you do get the chemistry boost, don't you?
Yeah, you do. But again, with Messi, of course, he's fantastic this year, but you probably would rather have someone like Hansen or Neymar or Vini accompanying Mbappe with the skill moves. Araujo's an option, but again, maybe that's a bit of a waste.
Chance.
Good
what about Kareem the Dream? Can he do a job?
Nah, it doesn't get a sniff from me. Maybe on the bench. I don't think so.
Happy.
Oh.
Trying to duck and dive around 3 or 4 white shirts there. Still, Bonanno leads by a goal to nil. Put pen to paper with Manchester City this summer alongside his teammate in Tex. It's safe to say they've done some good business. And so far, both players making it to this FC Pro Open. Again, the timing of those tackles at the back have been superb.
Stepping forward is rash, but it's working out. Mbappe. Yeah, you don't want to be lined up against Van Dijk there in those situations. Vini with a controlled sprint. It's good recycle there. He's going to look for the driven pass, and he does. It finds Mbappe, but there's nowhere to turn.
Recycling again, and again, and again! Happy will find himself an equaliser. But was so patient in the build-up, and then suddenly you just sit here when he turns it on. Goes back to Mbappe, one more pass. Hansen a step over exit. Thank you very much. That time green finish, ensuring it was going into the back of the net.
Yeah, that step over was vital there for the speed boost, just to get enough power behind the shot as well there to put it into the top corner. Happy equalises. 40 minutes have been played in this game, so it's an important time to get back into it.
Can't really argue against it as well. He's had quite a lot of the ball.
He's had a few chances, but I still feel as if Matias has been comfortable defending it up until then. I still felt as if, yes, there were moments that were threatening, but Matias has done enough for the majority of the times when defending to nullify him. Apart from that one time, the play look through ball isn't going to be enough to get past the defence there of Matias.
Well, someone who hasn't done enough defensively, unfortunately, is FacuCowen, who Unfortunately, his trip back to London looks a little bit more miserable this time. He's 2-0 down against PHzin. I've got no idea how Modric has just pulled himself up from being tackled on the floor, won the ball back, played the ball through. PHzin leads by 2-0. FacuCowen could be on his way to another defeat here in the FC Pro Open. It's not the start he would have wanted. He really needs to try and switch on for his last matchup. This is an interesting switch of play.
Oh. Still time for one last attack. Oof.
Brave down the byline. Hansen, the goal scorer of the only goal for Happy. Finds Vinicius Junior. There's a reverse elastico, which nearly finds a pocket of space from Virgil van Dijk, but we'll have a breather for now as we go into half-time in our main featured matchup. In our other game, there has been another goal in it. We'll find out which way it's gone as soon as we can. We've got it for you now. Is it a 3-goal lead, or is it a goal back for FacuCowen? It is a goal back for the Argentine. The ball fell back to Modric, and then the composure from the Croatian midfielder to not find another pass, just go on his own there.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting there to go on his own. It worked out, left foot as well, in at the near post. It's a lifeline, he needed that. It's a very, very important goal to get. As we go into the second game, or this game actually, FacuCowen against PHzin live. 38 minutes have been played. Of course, we tune in just after that goal has been scored by FacuCowen to bring the game to 2-1.
Modric. That's it around. Last 5 minutes on the clock. We've got a question in the chat for you, Ryan Pessoa. Coming in from Prime Gaming for best player under 50k. I've got one for the. Well, I've got one.
Go on.
I want to say Hyun-Min Son, gold.
Ah, that's a boring option, though.
30K.
Ah, Brandon, I expect better from you, Brandon. That's the given.
All right,
shot
okay.
give me someone else.
Louis Dunk Centurion.
Yeah, come on. Skip.
No.
He's not bad. He's not bad, but yeah.
It's the first time we've ever had a promo player, man. I've got to enjoy it.
Yeah, I would say Musiala. Is that a bit wrong?
Yes. He's had a decent upgrade again this year. So what, he's an 86 walkout.
It's just the technical play style. Genuinely, just hold our one, just run, weave in between defenders. Of course, at this stage of the game.
Who's rocking the Bundesliga team, are you?
One Kem. You can link that up onto in left back. 2 Kem. It's something.
It's something. Added time of 1 minute here. PHzin looking for a third before we go into the half-time break for FacuCowen to try and find game plan to see him through. Needs to get rid of this one, and that will do us for half-time in this game. PHzin on his way for 9 points from 9 in what's been an incredible display here so far at the FC Pro Open. Let's jump back to our main featured matchup, which does remain at 1-1 as it stands. Matias Bonanno of Man City Esports against Happy, newly signed to the Esports. Cannot forget that Tuzi Esports do have the Libertadores champion from last year on their books in Bashada. We're looking to add another one into their trophy cabinet this year. That's a really clever pass that he has disguised well. Eder Militao still proving his worth. I mean, look, this draft building requirements, Ryan, how long do you think it is before an Eder Militao gold rated does get found out?
It depends because of the price range of the draft. I think that's a very important thing because it honestly just depends on how much you're given. I think got 5 mil here plus a radioactive item.
It's only because obviously naturally a lot of these pro players are pumping cash into the attacking side of the draft.
So it doesn't give you.
But surely with the attackers getting better and better and better, maybe there is a time where a gold Van Dijk and a gold Militao.
I think the priorities, of course, are Mbappe, Van Dijk. You can still utilise the likes of Hakimi and Mendy at fullback. Putellas and Hansen are most likely going to be givens, and it's just about the extras in and around that, whether it's Vinicius Junior, Neymar, great driven pass from Matias. Doesn't manage to find the back of the net. Not sure if that was red time or not. But we've had a few players spend a bit on their centre-backs. We saw the thunderstruck item of Varane in at centre-back. I believe he's around 700 1,000 coins, which is a heavy outlay for a centre-back. See Matias building up here. Can't get past Joao Cancelo. Great turn.
Here's Bonanno piling on the pressure.
He's got to recycle it.
Edges.
The edge. Oh,
if that went through that gap, that would have been a genius play. Alphonso Davies, who I think has just been maybe introduced into this team. I don't think he started the game.
Yeah, I don't believe he did.
Is that quite an early time to bring on a full-back, or is that just...
I would say it's early, but again, it depends on your play style. A lot of players, you prefer Alphonso in at left-back over Mendy, so making the sub isn't surprising, but I agree with you. Maybe it's slightly a little bit too early.
Keep in mind that it is group stage here, so if you do draw, it's just going to be a point apiece. There won't be extra time or penalties in these first 8 weeks. Hansen finds Mbappe, happy, goes down to ground, will cry for a penalty, but wins a corner. Valverde, Trivela, there it is! And it's matched up well by Alisson. There has been a goal in the other game. Is it an equaliser or is it a goal for PHzin? It's FacuCowen, who has just found the 2-2 equaliser with a really well-taken goal.
Nice. Again, the cancel there with the R1 to the... Oh, beautiful pass there. Plays it across. Goalkeeper movement. He's basically in his own net. So I don't think it mattered which side, but it's a great comeback from FacuCowen. He needs this, honestly. The surge of confidence it will do to improve him, and just, again, you have to remember, he was 7-0. He was unbeaten to get to this stage.
Happy.
Oh,
deserves a goal. Yeah. We'll get one. A really well taken effort. The reverse elastico is what made the chance, to be brutally honest. And it's a goal back for him in front.
That driven pass there. Begidi cancel, reverse elastico off the post. It's unlucky. Oh. But again, it levels out a bit of luck. Well, I say a bit. It's quite lucky for the ball to fall directly back to him, but he created the luck by making that attack in fairness to him. He could have found the back of the net easily, just if it didn't hit off the inside of the post there. And he takes the lead now, 2-1 lead, turning it around from, of course, conceding that free kick earlier on in the game.
Well, speaking of some bad news, if you're a FacuCowen fan, that is because PHzin has scored another goal in that game. 3-2. The Brazilian player does lead. We'll give it to you now, live now. This is what happened. It was Hansen that had the chance. It was the one more pass that found Joao Cancelo, and he just went on his own. He didn't need anyone else.
This Cancelo item for PHzin has been unbelievable, even without him scoring that goal just there. Just the way he's been utilised in the build-up. Silky in possession, the controlled sprint, the passing, the switches of play, because you can trust his passing as well. Yeah, he's been unbelievable.
Well, into a pause, we shall go. I just wanted to have a little look at the Swiss run that FacuCowen did have at the start of November last month. Did he Chris Lito? He had a result against him. Then he played Dudu. The biggest result in that was Nicholas, a 4-3 win. Then he played the German in Gisten, who was the surprise package from Germany. David Sanchez to go 5-0. And then he went into a very difficult elimination selection of rounds as well. Beating Montaxer. He was in the World Finals last year, 4-3. And then Sean LDW.
It's also here as well. Also qualified in Group 3. Great ball over the top from Matias. Doesn't do enough there to get the pass. 20 minutes left to be played. It's still a long time in 9-minute halves. It's still quite a long time for Matias to get back into this game before he decides to put a lot of bodies forward. But there seems to be a lot of space. Great play a lot.
Chance Mbappe. There's the step overs. There's the fortunate bounce. Hansen, fake shot inside. It's clever. It's smart and happy. It's putting Matias Bonanno into a bit of a difficult situation now, because he could be 0 points from 6.
That's a tough one there. We take a look back at it. It's a great play, a lot pass there into Mbappe. The fake shot, the step overs was brilliant. Good defending from Matias. The shot, it's not like it's a great shot selection there from Happy to take the 3-1 lead. You could argue it's slightly unlucky because he does enough to defend it, but get it, falls back to Happy to take advantage of it. So he's done well to capitalise off of that. The element
it's how you react as
absolutely.
well, Austin. A lot of us at home are just jamming the buttons to try and score, but it's how you recycle that chance again, isn't it?
He was composed. He made the most of that situation there, and he takes the lead. But again, this is now a moment in the game Matias will have to turn it on and maybe push a few more bodies forward, susceptible for a counter-attack. So it could, whoever gets the next goal, if there is a next goal in this game, which I'm almost certain there will be, that's going to be a very, very important stage when it comes.
There is a world, Ryan Purcell, where we could be sitting here after this game. FacuCowen, 3 games played, 0 points. Matias Bonanno, 2 games played, 0 points from him as well. This group is starting to create some storylines.
Both Argentinian players. Brazilians have started off well, and of course the Happy just offside there. Well, not just off, I should say, well offside.
Final 20 minutes for the eLaLiga champion of last year.
Aggressive.
To pull something magical out the bag. We're Happy going to find a 3-goal cushion.
Very aggressive play there from Happy, of course. Just step overing towards the byline.
Davies finds Neymar.
Oh, that's a great play.
He's fresh off the bench. He doesn't need to rush it, does he?
He doesn't, and you can see the tempo of his gameplay has slowed down a tiny bit. He's still going forward because you have to do that. There's still a long time left to be played. All it takes is 1 goal. Even on the 90th minute, you can still concede again. But he's just slowing it down a little bit with the switches of play. Matias coming forward here.
There's a Kimi that's been very much influential. This is where we need to see Matias Bonanno now, because he's got a bench that's got so many options. Mbappe, have a hard look at yourself. How have you not scored that?
I think he's mistimed it. I think it was orange timed. It wasn't red, but it's not enough to get it on target. That's a big mistake. That was it.
He's the 3 million coin man.
Yeah, that was it. That was the moment. Good ball roll. Driven past there.
This is nice. Papos, big goal.
It's lovely. That's it there. That's the player look pass we were talking about earlier on today. He scored a lot of goals from it in the Swiss stages. He needs it now, and he needed it. And it's brought him back into this game. 10 minutes left to go, Brandon.
And look, as I was saying, out of all the players in this group, he is the one that's invested nearly 1 million coins into his bench. I think he had Hans on the bench, you had a team of the week Bellingham on there as well. This is where those subs can come on and play a huge part now, and there is still a lot of times left to be played.
Exactly, this McGeady cancel here, just to go towards the byline. The player lock into Hakimi, and an open goal. Guaranteed to finish that from there. It's going to be nerve-wracking. These situations being 2 goals up, if you're in a happy situation, conceding there, yeah, panic stations.
Well, as many watch this game unfold all around the world, we hear one UK player is hosting a watch party tonight. Mr. Tom Stokes of Team FacuCowen is watching along with the action. We appreciate your work.
The veteran.
I mean, I'm sure there'd be an age joke in there, Ryan Purcell.
I was waiting. Wait, we have to wait. I'll bring it after this one. We've got an update in this game.
I'm sure he can't wait.
Haaland off the bench. FacuCowen.
FacuCowen?
Oh, that little chest pass. Come on. Hold on a minute.
What's going on here? Haaland off the bench, dinks it in. Mbappe finds Ousmane Dembele, and you just see a block off the ball there of Heung-min Son.
Oh, great play.
I mean, that's a 3-3 scoreline in that game now. FacuCowen against PHzin. Right, what was your joke for Stokes? Because I'm sure he's really excited for this one.
Yeah, I wish he was here. I really would love to see Stokes at the event. I think it would be great. I'd invest a lot of money into his cards and then rage at him privately if he let me down. So that would have been something that I would have loved to see. But we're seeing Matias down towards the byline.
I wonder what player would have got.
I don't know, honestly.
Just trying to think of an old player that.
Yeah, same. That was running from my mind there.
CR7 maybe.
Oh, that's a bit.
I mean, look, he could become unbelievable in the game.
A bit too young for Stokes, to be honest. Van Dijk bulldozing his way through, doesn't do enough. It's a panicked clearance.
Matias could have a great chance here.
I thought Happy was going to get punished with the lunge there. It's a tackle from Walker, doesn't do enough.
Mbappe, Happy, if he can time this right.
The right back's in.
Does he go for goal or does he look to take time out of the game? I think he's going to do the latter of the two options. Doesn't need to score again in his mind. Would rather keep possession, look after it. Eder Militao comes in clutch.
Wow, that's a foul.
Or does he? Gives away a silly foul. 2 minutes added on. There's been another goal we can confirm as well. 82 minutes on the clock in the game between FacuCowen and PHzin. We'll see this one conclude first if we can, because Matias Bonanno might have just had one more chance. He'll look to press now in Pax. Can he win the ball back? He will. 35 in-game seconds left for Matias Bonanno to get a huge point on the board.
It's a great step from Happy.
Still not dealt with.
What's going on?
One more chance to be played. Matias Bonanno could be in danger. They've taken 3 points away from Happy. Hansen does well. Will look to stay patient. Virgil van Dijk wins it back, and that will do us. A huge 3 points on the board for Happy, who has just won back-to-back games in the FC Pro Open. For Matias Bonanno, it is 0 points from his first 2. We'll hold that thought for a second, Ryan, because there's been another goal in this game. Which way has it gone? 82 minutes on the clock.
Did I just...
It's headers and volleys in and around the box, and it's PHzin that leads 4 goals to 3.
They must just challenge Virgil in the air. Hey, listen,
the key word there was challenge.
That's unreal. We're going live into this game.
And he won the challenge somehow. 89 minutes on the clock. FacuCowen!
Oh my God.
Schmeichel was on his line there and hugged the post. FacuCowen knows what a massive chance that was. He's just wasted.
Back post. Varane.
Van Dijk! Oh, not sorry, it's Varane! The only player to draft him in the team. It's the thunderstruck Frenchman, Raphael Varane, who may have just snatched another 3 points off PHzin.
It's the corners, playing it short, playing it to Modric. See that back post just drifting off there. Varane wins the header. The thunderstruck item, the 700,000+ points he's invested into his centre-backs. It's paid off there, and it's brought him back into this game. 4-4, one of the last moments in this game. There's still time, Brandon, for a response from PHzin. 2 minutes added on. If there's going to be a goal in this game, it needs to happen as soon as possible.
Well, keep in mind that this will be PHzin's first draw in the group. It would still be a very pretty record, though, so far.
Go forward. He has to go. Straight away. Oh, it's a terrible...
PHzin could have him it.
Oh, my...
Sorrento down this right-hand side. PHzin will waste the chance. That will do us for this game as well. It's a point apiece. But we said you have to get some points on the board, and FacuCowen has just done that.
It's something. He left with something. Again, you have to take those moments. We didn't get to see the majority of it, but from what we saw, it was end-to-end action. But if you're losing 4-3, 89th minute, you would happily take a point from that situation. And yeah, that's exactly what he's managed to do.
Absolutely. Well, there you go. Round 3 is done here in Group B. Remember, there are still 2 more rounds to come. The big story right now, there is one player sitting at the bottom of this table, and it's Matias Bonanno, believe it or not. He's played 2 games, obviously had a round off. Still got 2 more games tonight, but 0 points so far for him.
Yeah, it's been a tough start, but as you said, he's played 2 games. There's still, if he ends the day on 6 points, it's a good points tally compared to what he's currently got, of course.
And a player like FacuCowen, to get a draw against PHzin.
That's a massive, massive statement.
And to still have one more match to play today.
Up against Matias.
Oh, okay.
That's a massive game.
But he beat Nicholas, so...
Yeah, you never know. Anything can happen from that game. Well, for these players, you could say, well, definitely, I'm sure they wouldn't mind me saying, they've underperformed from their levels, so they're hoping to bounce back in the remaining games.
Absolutely. Well, look, that is going to be it from the commentary booth. For round 3, we're going to throw over to 2 lads who know a thing or two about this game. Take it away, boys.
Some people would say we do, some people will say we don't. Brandon, great stuff on the commentary desk with Ryan. I mean, Pi, first things first, we've got to talk about Karamo and Bonanno because your club is in the mud.
Yeah, it's not going well, mate. I'm not gonna. I was sweating that game hard. I got excited for a bit of a comeback, but unfortunately, Happy has made me very unhappy with that win.
There's one unhappy chap over here. The reason we're at the draft board is because we're going to look at FacuCowen's team, and in particular, there's one man right at the back who stole all the headlines and stole points from PHzin, Thunderstruck Varane. Is he a man for pie face? That's my question.
Well, the thing is, that game before, those 2 errors he made, I think I might have flung him into an icon pack SBC, so he might not have scored that goal, but clearly he's got something about him for him to use him in his team. It's just that man there, Virgil van Dijk, I see that item every single week in League. He's probably in 90% of people's squads. He's in mine. He's just so good.
Best icon pack this year?
Gotta be Patrick Vieira.
Okay, yeah. Let me know in the chat as well. I don't want to see Pele in R9. I know you're lying, okay? There's going to be a Van Basten in there somewhere. Up top for FacuCowen, it's not Van Basten. It's a man who's got similar ability, I would say. Sorry, Dutch fans. Heung-min Son in form. He's incredible. You spoke about him earlier on the draft show.
Yes.
This version has the finesse shot plus, and he is dangerous.
Yeah, see, now I got a bit of stick earlier. Fair enough, because I used the Trailblazer one. He doesn't have the finesse plus, but it's because I wanted the Player of the Month, which you can't actually use, as we mentioned earlier, not allowed to use SBC cards. I mean, a little bit of a ball roll, finesse plus from outside the box. It's such a strong play style.
Would you be getting stick from your chat for 25 Chem?
Do you know what? I probably would, but I'd say to them, I don't mind. I'm not a massive sort of advocate for like 1 Chem, but these guys obviously know how to do that, especially with the likes of like Neymar.
And Valverde with the new promo helps. Obviously, all Chem.
Massively, massively. I mean, I'm shocked that no one went for Messi. I thought I might have seen one person maybe using him.
Even off the bench.
Yeah.
He could have done you a job.
Yeah.
Well, there you have it from the draft board. Myself, Empire, breaking down all things FacuCowen. Back over to Frankie. What's been happening?
Well, I've been missing Messi. I'm really glad that Pieface pointed out that one, because I was a little bit confused. I thought I was going populist and making the right decision with my own personal draft featuring Messi, but clearly, yet again, week after week, I was wrong. OK, we are now 3 rounds down in Group B, and so far PHzin and Happy have been rising to the top, but there are still 2 rounds of matches left to play tonight. Now, if you're an Ultimate Team player, you may be aware of the SBC based on a mystery nationality that we'll be revealing on the show tonight. So stay with us, because after the break, we're going to be giving you a whopper of a clue. But here's one to get you started. The country you're looking for is represented by a single player in the 20-strong field at this year's FC Pro Open, but so far, not a single draft team has included a player from this nation. I will be testing the rest of the presentation gang when we return, so I hope you do too. Welcome back to the FC Pro Open live from London. If you're an Ultimate Team player, you might have noticed an FC Pro objective linked to this live show with a mystery nation attached. Before the break, I told you the country you're looking for is represented by a single player in the 20-strong field at this year's FC Pro Open. But so far, not a single draft team has included a player from this nation. Rude. So, Brandon and Ryan, Brian, have you got any ideas who it might be, this mystery nation?
I've got no idea. Ryan?
I'm with you. Not a single clue.
Not a clue at all. No, I can't tell by the sounds of your voices whatsoever. I'm so disappointed in you, Brandon. What about you, Richard?
I think I've got it. Is it Mexico?
No. Oh. No. Yeah. Can you take him off the shot, please, production? I'm actually really annoyed at him. Mexico. You know exactly who it is, and you know it's not Mexico. Stop lying. Stop lying. You know what? I never thought I'd say this, but maybe Pieface knows?
G'day, mate.
You might be the first person to ever drink a shoe on an esports broadcast.
Oh, I'm a loafer.
He'll do anything to be on TV.
Wow.
You should be able to work that one out now. They've given me an emotional support animal on the desk because that was truly disturbing. I mean, I wish I could find PHzin's artwork because just this way madness lies. Now let's have a look at the table as it currently stands. PHzin, he's at the top, he's played 3, he's got 7 points, 1 more game to play today. And happy potentially one of the surprises of the evening, 2 games played and no losses to his name. Can he keep up that momentum as we head into the next round? And a reminder for you, this group is going to play again in a few weeks, and the top 2 qualify for the finals. Top 4 guaranteed a place at the qualifiers next year, but last place has to start all over again. So no one wants to be in that 5th position. Meanwhile, though, I have sent my mate Gravison on a mission to get happy, but has he got him?
Yeah, I've definitely got him, and I'm here with Happy. And obviously the first question is going to be if he's going to do a shoey if he wins the 4 games. ¿Vas a hacer beber tú también de un zapato si ganas los 4 partidos?
No creo, la verdad, pero no, la verdad no.
No, he won't do it. So, Happy, you've done a really good job to this point. You've played against big names like Matias, like Facu. Do you think you're being underappreciated in the community right now? Vale, jugaste contra tíos muy buenos hasta el día de hoy. Tu nombre a nivel internacional tampoco, de momento, no está al nivel de Spotlight. ¿Tú crees que ahora mismo eres un poco un underdog aquí?
Pues la verdad yo siempre, nunca he pensado eso, pues yo vengo a hacer lo mío siempre, de que pues jugar a lo mío y siempre confiar en mí. Pues ya es lo del underdog, pues puede ser porque yo soy el que menos visualizaciones tiene, etcétera. Pero sí, pues yo vengo a hacer mi trabajo, que es jugar, competir y echarle ganas y divertirse.
He doesn't feel like an underdog because he could have the lowest followers out of all the competition, but he feels he has the level to compete against them, and he feels he's one of the best players right now in the world. I want to ask you as well about your dad, because you have your dad just sitting beside you. Is he a coach? Does he help you emotionally? Vale, te quería preguntar sobre tu padre porque lo tienes detrás. ¿Te da consejos en el juego? ¿Es más emocional? ¿Cómo lo sientes?
Pues yo siempre lo he dicho con mi papá que es más emocional. Ya de tácticas yo ya las muevo yo solo y así. Pero ya emocional y pues mental, pues me ayuda mi papá en eso.
He's an emotional coach, obviously. He helps him with the emotions and stuff. Tactics is all him, and he feels his dad is just to show him that Vamos help behind him. And lastly, Happy, I wanted to talk to you about the game against PH, because if you beat PH now, you'll be the top of the group. Do you think you have what it takes to beat him? Bueno, te traduzco, perdona. Sí, ahora juegas contra PH, probablemente uno de los jugadores más duros del mundo ahora mismo. Si ganas, 9 puntos y estarías en el top del grupo. ¿Te sientes cómodo para ganarle?
Sí, obvio. Yo estoy, me gusta, siempre confiando en mí, ¿no? Porque yo sé que le puedo ganar a cualquiera. Y pues ya, al juego, siempre metido en el juego, nunca me desenfoco ya. Es contra el 2 desde la última vez que vine, en el Global Qualifier. Siento que mejoró más la mentalidad y no enojarme mucho y así. Siento que eso me ha servido bastante y pues sí, yo creo que ahorita sí le puedo ganar al PHzin.
he feels there's been a growth from the global qualifier to here, of course mentally, because he's so tough now compared to a month ago, and he feels he can just play against the big dogs, and he feels he has a good chance to win against PH. So good luck, buena suerte, y se lo mandamos a Frankie. We throw it over to Frankie.
Muchas gracias. That was fabulous. But right now we've got to focus on a serious matchup because we're heading into round 4 of our matches, and FacuCowen is going to be the player to sit out this round. Bonanno is against Young, and Happy is taking on none other than PHzin. So Brandon and Gravison have been taking a look at the live campaign to see the impact so far on those FC Pro items.
Thank you, Frankie. Yes, me and Ryan have got the pleasure of looking at how your items at home may have been changed or upgraded or updated from our FC Pro players here in our studio tonight. Well, let's have a little look at all the FC Pro Live items. I know you've been having a little bit of an investment. You had Willian, who's on this list somewhere up there. You made some money on him. You bought a few, you sold him early, is what you said.
Yeah, absolutely. I always send in the hype with any sort of trading in the game. Of course, Willian did get the upgrade early on with Young's first 3 points on the board.
And also, you guys at home, 20 of these players are, of course, will be in action last week, this week, the next 2 weeks. Let us know in the chat right now which players you've put your money into. But let's have a look at probably the star of tonight, PHzin's item.
Yeah.
You can't buy this player on the market. He was an SBC, which I didn't do, he didn't do, and I don't think anyone of us did on the show. Van der Boomen, he has already had a couple of upgrades tonight. He's had a +1 upgrade, and obviously we know PHzin's got 6 points as well. So the position modifier comes in, and a play style. PHzin wins his next game, Ryan.
Yep.
It's another +1.
Yep, exactly. You could say that his card will be booming. Yeah, right. Sorry about that. Apologies.
Right.
Yeah, my bad. Right. But yeah, it's a good item in game.
And unfortunately, as we said, it was an SBC. So if you haven't done it, unlucky. Let's move on to Happy's. How are we pronouncing this? Toivin?
Good. This is a tough one.
Tovan? Let us know in the chat at home as well. There has been upgrades on this player as well. What's more impressive is he was a 73 silver before this promo. He's an 87, now an 88 on top of that as well. Yep. It's mental how usable some of these players can become from this FC promo.
Yep, as you said, already having major upgrades on the item itself. 90 pace, 89 dribbling, and already Happy 6 points on the board, so he has the play style and, of course, that inform upgrade as well. If he gets 10 points today, it's another inform upgrade, which would be incredible.
Well, we're going to take this round off, me and Ryan, to work on our gags and our pronunciations. So it's over to the commentary desk for now, and I believe it's 3 of you on this one.
We've assembled the dream team for this huge game. Myself, Richard Buckley, Pie Face. How we got to say? You just drank a shoey out of a loafer. How are you feeling?
Yeah, throat's been better, mate, but nothing quite like a shoey on a Monday night.
Grav, you've had the chance to speak to all the players. We're coming into a huge round. It could be a do or die situation. We've got a bottom of the table clash and a top of the table clash. We'll start with the bottom of the table clash, Young versus Bonanno. How do both players feel coming into this?
I mean, they're feeling kind of pressured into a position when they have to win. I think Matias is one of those players who, when he reaches this kind of stages, he has to win every single time. So that's a big pressure to have on your shoulders. And I think Young wants to step it up a little bit because he's been, I don't know, playing well for the last few years, but not on a championship level.
This is his moment as well.
This is it.
This group is wide open for the fact that players are taking points off of each other. Happy, 6 points in this group. PHzin on 7. You can see the live items associated with these two as well. As Brandon said, Van der Boomen, potentially a further upgrade. There's going to be no punts about Van der Boomen.
I was waiting for you.
It was a painful one.
That was terrible. Right, Pessoa. That was terrible. Ryan, I've taught you better than doing that. You've watched a bit of these two so far.
Yes.
Prediction before the game? A pie face prediction?
Do you know what, right? Just because I've got Talvan in my club, I've got to go. I didn't do. Hey, you know what, right? I am shameless, but I'll own it, okay? I'll own it. I'm all about the players.
The players getting ready.
What about you, Richard? Prediction?
I don't really do predictions, but I will, because you asked me.
Yeah.
I think PHzin wins. I think he wins.
I think Happy's going to do something here, you know. I'm going for a high-scoring 4-3.
I think Happy will be unhappy when this game is concluded.
You said a minute ago, there were no puns.
Sorry, mate.
Just get him
out. I can't help myself sometimes. I really can't. It's nearly Christmas. Let me off. I mean, when you look at, in particular, the coaches, because there's a lot of chat about coaches in this game, and we spoke earlier, Pi. The man behind PHzin, Nick DeHama, he's a real mastermind, former pro. You've probably played him, I imagine.
I think so.
What does he offer to PHzin?
I think, I don't know if you remember, like 2 or 3 years ago, there were some tweets of him just discovering meta things, and I think he's just one of those tactical coaches. He's huge.
Wow. Woo! That would have been a very early start, it's got to be said. We are underway. PHzin in that Ajax strip, hole from right to left, and Happy in a lovely purple, I've got to say.
Very nice kit, isn't it?
Yeah. Maybe I need to ask him where that's from. Sort of a magenta.
Yeah. I gotta say, I don't like it that much.
I love a funky kit. I'll be honest, I love a funky kit.
Let me know in the chat, is this kit a dub or an L right now?
It's a massive W.
That's a massive L.
No.
We're split on the desk. Let me know in the chat, because that's going to be the decisive vote. As you get those votes in, we can watch PHzin start to make another attack, but it's snuffed out in the end.
How was the shoey? Was it tasteful?
It was quite nice, actually, mate. Yeah, it was lovely. I don't know if I'm allowed to. Well, what was in it? It wasn't alcoholic, but I'll just say it was an energy. It was an energy drink involving a colour and an animal. Can I say that? Is that allowed?
You've done enough. You've done enough. In the chat, a lot of dubs. It's got to be said for this kit. Everyone is really, really happy with it.
Chat knowledge.
I'm looking at it right now.
You can see, I'm looking at the chat. I'd love it if someone in the chat could tell us what the kit is, because I can't see.
Yeah, let me know, please, because I want to go and buy it.
They know for sure. They know everything.
You can say that again. Twitch chat does know everything. Top of the table clash. Happy wins this game. He'll be on 9 points. PHzin will have concluded all his matches thus far here in the first week of Group B. They come back midway through January to do it all again. Vinny Jr., that switch of play wasn't very good, it's got to be said, from PHzin, dribbling into the
nice
box.
Defended. I'm thinking all owners of that Van der Boom SBC are going to be sweating this game, because if he can win, that's 10 points, right?
That's me. I'm an owner, so yeah, definitely. I mean, we could be talking about a potentially Vejrgang card. So
When I'm looking at the chat, I wish I were lying. FaZe James, Richard Buckley, you're a superstar.
Well said. Well said at that. A consummate professional, I think, is the way we put it earlier.
Chance for PHzin, just trying to fire it in.
We have a message from Alejandro07 as well. Gravesen, eres increíble, te amo.
Translation, please.
Nosotros también te amamos. Basically, he's saying I'm awesome and he loves me.
Yeah.
So
I was going to say, I don't know. I don't speak much Spanish, but I know te amo means good.
Yeah.
And C means yes, right? That's probably the best I can give you.
So I've got a message, Graf's got a message, and the pie file has got...
Nah, it's all right, mate.
Mbappe twisting and turning only as far as Eder Militao.
Do you know any Spanish words at all, Pi?
I know babujas means bubbles.
Oh, that's nice.
It's so weird. Back in the Mackey's days, I used to work with someone on our lobby host. She was from Spain, and she just taught me that word, so I knew that. Only because she whenever she'd like sort the floors and out, she used to go with a mop. She was like, babujas. What now does that mean? She goes, it's bubbles. So. And I know a couple other words, but I definitely can't say that on the broadcast for sure.
Which one is it?
Sin gluten.
Sin gluten, yeah.
What does that mean?
Without gluten.
That probably doesn't.
It's all right, mate. I'm here all day.
That was probably quite self-explanatory.
Not too much to report, though, thus far in this game.
Is the dribbling a question, Grav? Have you used Hansen? Because she just looks insane. I haven't had a chance to use her this year.
She's involved in this attack as well. Mbappe!
That's an insane goal.
The driven pass, cutting open the midfield and defence. And Happy takes a 1-goal lead in this game.
Yeah, I think he triggered a run with the midfielder, which opened up the space in the middle. The driven pass was amazing. We're going to see now.
Mateas, sorry, not Hansen.
No, but we can see how he triggers the run with Vinny. So he has the chance to just do a quick step over with Mbappe. And that's a nice, easy goal.
The stop, when it came into Mbappe, he didn't continue his momentum. He stopped, and then popped. Why?
That's a skill itself, because you expect him to do step over, you expect him to do an elastico, you expect him to do something.
He did nothing.
Yeah, that's a skill by itself.
There you go, Pi. How to get better? Do nothing.
Yeah, again, grab another one. I've been trying to get some tips off. Anything I can get to help me, I'll take anything, any advice. He said to me earlier, he goes, oh yeah, I got 11 wins this weekend, but I only played 11 games.
No, but yeah, Hansen is a really good player. I think out of all the golds players, I think best one.
Yeah.
Well, apart from Mbappe, yeah. But
I know why Hansen's in the team this week.
Yep.
And wasn't in last week.
Why?
Everyone used Ronaldinho.
Oh, haven't thought about
That's
that.
why we've not got Jude Bellingham this week, because everyone's using Valverde.
Mm.
We have got another goal in our secondary match taking place between Bonanno and Young. It's a must-win game for Bonanno. Facing up. 0 points thus far in this tournament. As Alexia Putellas, simple cutback to the edge of the box where Vinny Jr., 12 yards out, is always going to tap home.
And I gotta say,
It's not been a good day for Bonanno.
I would be fuming with Militao.
Getting put in an SBC?
I mean, he covered the pass, he was there, and he just didn't move his feet at all.
Is anyone looking to buy a Caramotor? Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, someone on your left.
No caramel for me, I sold up. The train departed about 20 past 6.
What about Malen? Did you win some counts with him?
Of course. Emre Yilmaz, 10 points. Profit is what we deal with. PHzin looking to get back into this game, looking to get back in the green, and there it is. It just
that dribbling again, and it's incredible.
Drove to the byline.
Control the sprint, right? It's been huge for PH throughout the whole tournament, and then the cutback was easier. An easy tap in. And I gotta say, I think it was a weak defense by...
Oh, that lunge, that circle press there.
That was weak defending by Happy. And he actually told me, when I was talking with him over there, he told me he felt like he was a really good attacker, but today he was defending really well. And I agree with him, apart from this chance.
I mean, that defending was very poor, I've got to say. Bonanno, he needs anything at the moment. He needs a little bit of luck, and that's what he got.
Oh, that's lucky. That's lucky. What about
You make your own luck, Pi?
Hey, absolutely, you do. You need a little bit, though, don't you? Especially in this game sometimes. The odd drop, the odd bounce. To be fair, it tends to, you find it goes against you enough times, but sometimes it can go for you.
Third of this game completed already. Happy did take the lead, however, PHzin levelled back, and I would probably say in this tournament today, as Mbappe, a couple of step overs, tries to pull the man out of position. Lovely play.
Oh!
And it was just what I was alluding to. Heung-min Son, I would say, has been the top goal scorer today.
It's in and around that kind of edge of box area where he's just so strong.
The 5-star weak foot just makes it so easy, Graf, to shoot on either side.
I gotta tell you, I think this is one of my preferred goals today. He didn't do anything amazingly, mechanically, but he triggered a run with the left back. Then he passed it to Mbappe, step over to open up the space, a couple of quick passes, and then a good finish by Son. It's easy,
but it makes it look easier.
Yeah, it's hard.
I'm not doing that.
No.
You're not doing that. Anymore.
Pi, defend me.
Yeah, we know you're doing that. We know you're doing that.
Thank
you're a baller
you.
on this game.
We're back underway between Bonanno and Young.
I know what's coming.
Alexia Putellas down the byline. Wait for the goalkeeper. It wasn't a cutback. It was a lovely scale move.
It's often you see the goalkeeper getting taken on from there.
Just drove to the byline, and I think he was so reluctant to close him down because he was so expectant of the pass.
Yeah. And that's an easy thing to do. The croqueta canceling to shoot, like the croqueta shooting, that's easy. Like you could easily do that, Pi. No, I'm telling you.
It's the next joke.
Hey,
Is this a stand-up? Is this a stand-up?
Whoa. How many wins do you get in the weekend league?
16.
Okay, fair play. I'll be quiet then. I will be quiet. Do you know, you mentioned about the Malen? I'll tell you what, just as like a wildcard thing, I'd love to see in the next sort of one of these where we have these live items, is if the pros have the live item, they've got to use them in their team, you know, for a game, like a one game. I think that might be that might add an interesting dynamic to it. like a wild card round, you know, where it's just for one game.
Out the 20 players, you just get a random wheel drafted one.
Yeah, it could be that, or
even the 5 that are there.
Or maybe you've got like a pool of, say, a certain amount of like 40 players you can choose from, and then you can, you know, pick them. It might be interesting to see.
What about a 1 week draft where everyone's team is just made up from a wheel?
That would also be. Can you imagine a viewer version where like viewers just send in teams and then they have to use the team they select or pick one of the teams
prize every time.
That would be interesting.
Rav is fuming.
I want to see that. If you got like, imagine just having to pick the team, like, even just for a game. I think it'd be interesting to see what people could do with that.
Yeah. I don't know about that. I mean, that's some interesting ideas. But if I could see like one of my subs picking up my team and then picking up some bronze players.
I know we'd set it so you know you'd have to like a minimum coin value, so at least you got a few beasts in there.
Nice play on the counter. It's not going to fall for Happy, and he's more than likely going to go in trailing. 2-1. It could be 3. Nope.
Nope, that's it.
Referee blows up for half-time. The other game that's currently underway is 2-1 as well. Young leading, and they're just about to go into half-time.
And I think this is a huge match for Matias.
0 points from 3 games.
Yeah, that's it. And if he wins this match, it's 3 out of 9, which is not good, but not bad.
Doable.
Yeah.
Obviously, we play again. We've got another round to play in the new year, and there is more to play for than just finishing top 2. If you finish in the top 4 of your group, you get an auto-invite into the qualifier stage next year for the FC Pro Open. However, you've got to think that, like, if you finish today on 3 points and you look up the table, PHzin top 10, Happy maybe on 9, you're coming in demotivated already because it's such a big turnaround.
There's always something to play for, as you said, and the mentality has to be, I gotta grab that 4th spot at least because I want to get invited next year. So there's always someone to play.
What's your biggest turnaround that you've had? Whether it be Swiss, like 0-2, 0-3 to qualifying, or
never.
If you lose that first game, it's tournament over.
Mentally, I was bad. Like if I'm just leading a game or if I'm doing well in a tournament, that's good. But if I'm down,
pie.
Yeah, I mean, obviously not in a tournament. Absolutely. And sometimes, you know, and I'm sure a lot of players can resonate, you can go on the run of your life. You win 4, 5, 6 games out of nowhere, but as soon as you start losing 2 or 3, it's just, yeah, it's...
I think you've got the Twitch chat as well, telling you how to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, normally they're right, but it doesn't seem like it at the time.
Yeah, but it's frustrating. Let's just say you're in a 4th match row where you just lose the 4 matches, and then just someone says, just shoot the ball, and I'm like,
"Hi, you should pass more."
Oh.
Yeah, it's normally a comment like that.
Or drop Kane. Why are you playing with Kane?
Yeah, they don't like it when I use certain players, but I've just got an attachment to a few. It's like people like Romero, and as I say, like Casera. I don't know. I hoard. I can't let go. I find an emotional attachment. It's like that. Trailblazer Ward Prowse item. I know he's like his value is so low, but it's just what he brings to the game.
I don't think, have you ever even had Trailblazer Ward Prowse in your club?
I've used him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's not that bad.
No, he's all right. Again, it's passion. I love a player that plays for the badge.
What's that passion? Is that a hidden star?
Yeah, you know, the plays for the badge. I'll tell you now, right? Oh!
It's the post.
It's like a hidden play style, the place for the badge. Few players out when they do, they just put everything on the line for the boys and girls of the team. Bashers like that, the UCL item, she's incredible.
Vinny Jr. is another one, but not on that occasion, gives the ball away.
No, but Vinny is meta. I totally get him. There's meta players, there's passion players. And Basha is kind of meta, but she's a passion player.
So who would be the passion player in these 2 teams? Valverde? Is he meta?
Mendy.
Yeah.
Mendy.
Kyle Walker.
I thought he was fraudulent, but that was just that's probably why I don't get a lot of wins. But I was so surprised. It probably is a skill issue, and I say this, but I expected him, for someone of my standard, I thought he'd be a lot better.
Mendy's a very good defensive fullback, but he's got not a lot going forward, I have to be honest. Mbappe on the Trivela. Probably should have gone in.
It should have gone in. I think it was a green time shot, so definitely it should have gone in. You know who plays for the match in my team every single time?
Go on.
Caramo. I'm telling you.
I'll be honest, I bought Karamo. Just sat on the transfer list, waited, and then got sold. Bonanno probably doesn't want to speak about Karamo, it's got to be honest, as he's trailing 3-1, and as it stands, that Karamo item in question has a total of 0 upgrades. On the other side of it, Van der Boomen is looking for a 10-point haul for PHzin.
Oh, that was really good goal. Quick passing, the driven pass was really good, and then the second ball roll wasn't necessary, but I don't know, it was beautiful in a way. What do you usually do if you are in a 1v1 situation with the keeper?
Do you know, if I feel like I'm confident with the ball roll, I'll go for it, but I normally just try and go for a finesse into the corner.
Are you hitting it there?
Yeah, probably. I'm probably going to try and finesse it bottom corner. I don't think I've got like the patience or the ability, but I do try and hit a ball roll now and again. I just find, you know, if I'm in a game situation and I miss a 1v1, that's where it's like heads gone, so I can't let it go.
Start to overthink it.
Yeah, that's it. Then you concede at the other end, and it's like GG.
What about you, Richard?
I'll be honest, I like the L1 heel to heel.
Yeah.
In that situation. Feels like it's got a good success rate.
Yeah, and you shield the ball as well, right? I get it.
João Cancelo involved once again. He has been pivotal for PHzin's attacks, it's got to be said. Modric looking for that Trivela out the back of the ball roll. On into a happy midfielder.
Valverde, so good, so impressed, so impressed.
He's just been giving the ball away a little bit, Happy. I think when you come up against PHzin, you have to be perfect. Because he is perfection in the final third. Valverde twisting, turning, waiting for the space. Little bit fortunate. When you're playing well, things just seem to go your way.
Yeah, you know, I think he almost deserved the goal there. I know he got lucky with that little rebound, but the movement before from Valverde to put it in a position to allow him to get forward.
The left stick dribbling just here.
Yeah, that's so nice.
Yeah, and the thing is, he was second man pressing, Happy. So it's obviously a lucky goal, but I don't think he should have second man pressing that situation. He just should have stick with...
Getting impatient.
Yeah. I think he's lacking some patience in this game.
It probably feels as though the game was there for him in the first half as well. And in the second half, PHzin, I think in a game earlier, he had 6 shots and scored 6 goals. It's just been ruthless. It's got to be said, in these attacks, Mbappe just holding the possession. Karamo owners, stand up. Man City Esports, we have a goal. Bonanno, 3-2, back in the game.
We believe, we stand together.
And just as you see in that bottom right-hand corner, PHzin has scored another goal to add to the tally.
Yeah.
Bonanno back in the game, Graham.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I think he has to win. I don't think a draw is
must
enough
win
for him. Yeah, it's a must-win situation for him. Because, I don't know, 1 point out of 9, I don't think that's enough for him to progress to the next stage, which I think is what Matias is looking for.
And this was that goal that you might have missed if your eyes weren't focused in the bottom right corner. Great left stick dribbling. I like that pass, to be honest.
I think it's a double tap cross.
It's nice, whatever it is. Add that in the book. Bye.
Well, I'll add it to the list of things I can't do but could learn to do. That's nearly like might be over 20 goals we've seen from PHzin.
Oh, he's been unreal.
Absolute insanity.
And to think that there might have been question marks coming into him today. He's not played a game of FC Pro this season on this stage. Didn't play in the global qualifier. Didn't play in the qualifying process because of his performance last season at the World Championships, and especially after what we saw in Mark 11 last week. Sorry, Mark, if you are watching. Sorry, FacuCowen fans. I don't want to bring you back to it. However, Mark wasn't up to scratch of the rest of the group, especially the top of the pack, Emre Yilmaz and Umut. PHzin is leading the pack here in Group B. Everyone has got him in their targets, and he's leaps and bounds ahead of everyone else.
At the moment, yes. I mean, it's interesting to see that he's only dropping points against Facu.
This was his closest competitor in the group.
Yep.
He's solidified top now.
I mean, that's 10 out of 12 points, convincingly. I mean, when he's going to bed today, he might think about Varane. That last goal to equalize the game.
12 out of 12.
Yep. He's a fraud. Varane is a fraud.
Pi, it's been a pleasure. 72 minutes on the clock. You're getting called off to do other things. I'm sure we'll see you very soon.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for having me again, lads. I will say though, Richie, it hurt me a bit there with the Futwas. I got to stand for, you know, Futwas down and the team Futwas gang, you know, Mr. Denman, etc. That one's a stinger.
I'm sorry.
What
can
we say?
I enjoy. I've got. You know what? I like to try and you know, remain unbiased. But I got my you know, I got my favourites. When I'm coming back, I know Tex is in for the next one. You know, he's the tactics I use, so I've got to, you know, I got to back, you know, back me boys.
Well, we'll see you very soon, Pi. Thank you for joining us on the commentary. Just as Pi leaves, we could be in with a goal here for Happy. Rafael Leao off the bench, red time to finish.
Yep.
He knows this game's just too far away from him.
Yeah, I think this is it. I think that's a 5-1 result. Maybe we see a couple of goals in both sides of the pitch, but that's it. That's GG.
A bit of chance, never any conviction on it whatsoever.
It's interesting to see how PH moves his keeper and still defends with the centre backs. That's not an easy thing to do at all.
As soon as I move the keeper, defending goes out the window. I'll be honest.
As soon as you move the keeper, the centre back goes to the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I start moving the keeper, I'm like, yeah, I'm looking at my goalkeeper. He just walks into my box.
That's got to be one of the hardest things to do, I think, in the game right now.
Defend properly. Mbappe inside the box, couple of step overs. He's just walking through him. PHzin, he's made this group look easy.
I mean, what can we say? Patience. Patience. That's the thing. He could have gone for a step over.
He just walked.
Elastico. I mean, right in this situation, you can do a step over, elastico, whatever. Just didn't do nothing.
I know it's the 81st minute, but defensively Happy is... That was poor.
That was poor. Yeah, that's a poor match for Happy on the defensive side of things. That's for sure.
Just saw that camera shot then, you were shaking your head. Was it at the defending? In the moment?
Maybe. I mean, Happy's an emotional guy. I love that about him. Like, have you seen him screaming the vamos?
I have.
Yeah.
I've heard it as well. You can't not hear it in the studio.
6-1, that's a convincing win. And that's like how many goals? I think that's like 6 goals per game, something like that. Maybe 5?
6. It was 4-4 earlier. 6, 12, 18, 22. Maybe. Could be wrong.
I mean, talk about a solid performance.
We get the chance to speak to him very shortly indeed on the desk. If you did that SBC, you get an 88 Van der Boomen very shortly.
I did.
Me too, and that is a Hullet gang centre mid with good links.
He wasn't that expensive.
He wasn't.
That's a good cross. He was like, what, 30k, 40k, something like that?
We got PHzin, who's going to be finishing on 10 points.
Yep.
Is this 10 points more impressive than the 10 points of Umut and Emre Yilmaz last week?
No, I don't think so.
Because of the competition?
Yeah. Like, I don't want to...
Simple answer.
Yeah. Let's just not explain it, yeah.
Happy looks to get back in the game. The other match, if you are wondering, between Bonanno and Young is still underway. 70 minutes on the clock in that game. We'll join it live, I imagine, after full time in our featured game. That was 3-2 Young leading for anyone watching at home.
I mean, it's impressive the way he just moves the keeper and defenses with the centre back as well. He's done it like 3 times in a row now. I just find that so hard to do.
There's often a word that's thrown about in the community of skill gap. Is that right there a skill gap? The goalkeeper movement and defending at the same time? Oh. Or not?
Yes, unfortunately, yes. Because if it were me, I would just throw this goalkeeper movement out of the game.
Panenka? No. Slotted in. just as he slots himself into the top spots here in Group B, PHzin. A lot of pressure on this young man coming into today. I imagine he put a lot of pressure on himself to perform at the very highest of level after his excellency over the last couple of years. However, he almost seems unfazed by the pressure maybe of a contract, a multi-year extension at Ajax, the pressure from other South American FC fans, and his own as well.
That's huge in the other game.
10 points on the board for PHzin. Happy plays one more time here today. You'll see that game live at the FC Pro Open. But that is the game that is still underway between Bonanno from Manchester City and Tuzzy Esports Young. There was a goal in this game as we're going to join it, and it fell to Young.
That could have been a Tex goal. The way he utilized this step over into a body feint with a different angle. That would be a goal from Tex, but it wasn't Tex, it was Young.
They're just about to get back underway in this matchup. You can see there on the screen, Mbappe walking away in celebration. There's still time to play. We're not joining it all doom and gloom for Bonanno, for Manchester City, for Caramo. There is still chance.
There's still chance.
Still time. 12 minutes left to play.
And this reminds me so much of last year's Team Heretics performance when they, I think in the first week, they just
struggled to get going.
Yeah, I think they just won a single game, and then in the second week they won like 10 points, something like that. But it wasn't enough for them, and it might not be enough for Matias as well.
It was unbelievable. It's got to be said in the global qualifier. 6 wins, 1 loss over the course of that tournament. 2 wins back-to-back against Yilmaz and Anders Vejrgang. The 1 loss that came on his record was against Tex in the Swiss stages. However, fast forward 3 weeks, and Bonanno has not shown up to his usual brilliant self. And if you don't show up on FC, you will get punished, because the level of competition is too high to play poorly and get results, as Young fist bumps with a 5-2 lead.
What a crazy goal, what a crazy way to end this match. I mean, mechanically, he couldn't done it any better, especially with the croqueta. I mean, spirit controlling, you had everything in this chance. Play by Hansen was extremely good, then the finishing was good as well by Alexia, and this is it.
Lovely L1R1 move as well in the wide area, creating that different angle to operate in.
It's going to be tough for Matias as he plays in his last match of the day against Facu, Argentina,
game
for both of them,
yep.
Argentinian derby. And then we're going to see as well a Young against Happy match to see who finishes second of the group. So a lot to play the last round of fixtures.
Willian as well with another upgrade. Mbappe comes forward, 87th minute, out wide to Hansen. Smashing to the bottom left corner, 88th minute. I just don't think there's going to be enough time on that clock to see this comeback turn from hope to anything better. That was the 4th goal there from Young.
Yep.
On the 77th minute. You might have missed it as we were finalising the match between Happy and PHzin. We join it live, 5-3. 89th minute on the clock. It is ticking down slowly with the 9-minute halves that we do play here on Competitive FC, but there's just not going to be enough time. 2 additional. Bonanno is going to find himself rooted at the bottom of the table. 0 points from 9. In a very, very sticky situation. Play look into Mbappe. The far side is wide open. Alexia Putellas back into Mbappe. Reversal lets go around the corner. Young makes it 6. And with how this group's shaping up as well, you would imagine PHzin is going to be top, definitely, even by the time we come to qualifying. But goal difference could play a factor for second spot.
Yeah, and let's just say, for example, because we have now Young and Happy, both of them tied with 6 points. Could you imagine if they drew in the last match, so 7 points?
Goal difference comes down to it.
Yeah.
Well, there you have it, Grav. A dominant performance in the end. It got tight and cagey at times, but Young was always one step ahead of Bonanno, who has a lot of thinking to do as he exits the stage. Young in a real good spot with 3 games played, should I say, 1 game left to play. What's gone wrong for Bonanno, Grav, before we head back to the desk?
I don't think offensively he's been there at all, and I think Matias Bonanno's pressing side of things and defense is always out of the charts. And if you see the goals he's been conceding, it doesn't look like Matias Bonanno at all. I mean, you've loved him for 3 years now. You've been watching the way he plays. That doesn't look like Matias Bonanno at all.
It's not been going good.
No.
It's got to be said, and he needs to turn it around massively. On the other side of it, PHzin has been brilliant.
Brilliant. And I think Young has been brilliant as well, because I think in that last match of the day, he could definitely grab a win, and that could be 9 points out of 12. So that would be huge for him. But yeah, I mean, we got to talk about PH, and PH has been just off the charts.
We've got to talk about PH. Let's hear from PHzin himself. He finishes top of the table, and he's joined by Frankie for an exclusive right now.
Sim, it's been a very bomb dia for this gentleman. How are you feeling? Not completely flawless. You did draw 1 game, but you haven't lost anything.
Yeah, I feel amazing. Yeah, what a day for me. I play very well. Yeah, I conceded 1 goal in the last minute, unfortunately. But yeah, I play well. Yeah, I hope so. I play the same like in the next week.
Well, I think you're going to play more than fine next time we see you on this stage. I want to ask about your aggressive play style. We see you going against Bonanno, you're pressing from the start. At what point do you think to yourself, I might try and play a bit more defensively now, I think I have enough goals?
I think for me, the best form for me, defender, is like aggressive. It's like my form to play. Yeah, so yeah, I like to defend the aggressive and the attack all the time. So yeah, I'm so happy with how I played today.
We're never going to see this man draft Mendy. Tell me then about playing players like Young, who you've played against so many times. Do you think you have a mental advantage against them, knowing them so well?
No, I think it's also always is hard to play against Young. He's one of the biggest friends for me in the fifth in the EFC, so he's played very good. And yeah, it's 2 players like just attacker, aggressive and defensive. Yeah, I think it's 50-50, you know.
Because you play against Young so much, it's interesting, therefore, to see you play against FacuCowen, a relatively new player, and he's the only player who got a draw against you. Why do you think that was?
Yes, I think FacuCowen is also very good. He's played amazing in the start of the tournament. He make like 7-0, 7-0. So yeah, he scored 1 goal in the last minute. I think the draw is the game needs to draw in this game. Yeah.
The stunning thing about watching you play PHzin as well is they say that you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. In round 2, you scored every single shot you took. So I'm now going to take you over to the boys at the wall of drafting to talk more about what you got up to in game tonight.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Yes, PHzin, congratulations, my friend. You are not only top of the group, you are the most attacking player that we've seen in terms of goals scored. 22 goals he scored in total we've seen so far, with that 7 in the last game. We're going to look at your draft, PHzin, to see what was the sort of recipe to success. Ryan, I mean, what in your mind has been the most impressive thing about this man's team?
I'm going to go with
the choice of radioactive Valverde? We saw you take a lot of Travellas outside of the box, so he was very useful for you and your team.
Favourite player in this whole team today?
Today, I think so. My number 9, he scored a lot.
will we see him again?
Yes, so.
100%?
Yeah, 100%.
Thoughts on this man, Valverde? Radioactive promo, came out only on Friday. How good is he?
Oh, crazy. He's defended very well, he attacked very well, he have a crazy Trivela. Yeah, he's complete player.
And the one thing that we were impressed with, Ryan, with PHzin is, at times, his strikers weren't scoring the goals, it was his midfielders that were.
Midfield, and of course another thing that was key to his build-up, Cancelo. What would you say for that selection?
Yeah, because I like to play like for the right back, always go forward.
Yeah.
And the Cancelo is very good if I'll run. Yeah, and I like him.
Well, let's have a look at your live item. The first question I've got is, have you met Van der Boomen? Have you met him in person?
Yeah.
What's he like?
Yeah, you mean if I meet him?
Yeah, you met him?
Yeah, I meet him, and he's kidding with me. Like, he joke like, you need to give my card like 90.
Well, I'll tell you what, you're on your way. You just got yourself 10 points. For those that don't know what that means, PHzin has got a +2 on that item, plus, as you said, the position modifier and the play style. He's going to be your best friend.
Yeah, I hope so. It's 8-9 now, Bronco, with
88.
10 points. Yeah.
88.
Yeah.
88. If you qualify,
and it's
it gets more dangerous,
Okay.
all right? It gets a lot more dangerous. Safe to say, out of all the FC Pro live items in this group, Ryan, probably the best of the bunch today.
Yeah, definitely, especially as we said with the performance of PHzin, the upgrades, the playstyle boost as well. So definitely the most interesting item.
And my last one, to this camera here, what do you say to anyone that didn't do your SBC?
Unlucky.
Unlucky, that's what he's saying, because that man has had a decent upgrade. PHzin, congratulations. Frankie, it's back to you.
Thank you very much, guys. PHzin, he's so polite. When I made a joke about him not playing Mendy, despite the fact he played Mendy, he didn't even correct me. But I'm going to update you guys and move away from my own indiscretions now as we take a look at the tables, because PHzin, he's got a whopping 10 points, no losses to his name. Meanwhile, the 4 below him have got everything to play for in their final games. Bonanno definitely not having the night we expected. No wins so far, but hopefully he can mentally reset to get himself ready for the fixtures that are coming up after this break. So, in a couple of minutes, those final games are going to be happening. So, grab yourself a cuppa. We'll see you in a few. Sorry, I thought there was fixtures after the table.
PlayStation.
This week in Ultimate Team, you'll find many new items to unlock. NWSL End of an Era SBC, new evolutions, brand new radioactive SBCs, and player moments SBC. Set piece frenzy moments re-release, upgrade and challenges SBCs, and lastly, Premier League Player of the Month and other surprises. Welcome back to the FC Pro Open, where we're heading into our final round of matches in our South and Central American showdown. Before we go into the action, let's go over to Richard and Pieface for a few predictions, boys.
Thank you very much. Pie, prediction time.
Yes.
Here on the main stage, last round of the day. Firstly, what you made of it? You've been impressed by the quality you've seen?
No, I'll be honest, I've loved it. As I say, every game seems to be so high scoring. It's great to watch. It's end to end. There's a lot of pressure and a lot of great goals.
I know you've been waiting all day.
Yes, no, I have. I love this. I need one of these in my house. They're brilliant.
Prediction. Who do you think is going to win? Young versus Happy. I'll let you draw. Maybe a pie, not an actual pie.
Yeah.
Maybe your name pie on the board. Who do you think is going to win?
You know what? I'm going to have to back Happy because I've got it with my club. We are going for the man Happy. I can't explain how much excitement I'm getting out of that. That is fantastic.
Which means I'm going to have to go against you.
Yeah.
I'm going to go Young. Screenshot it. Send it to me. Who wins? In the chat at home. The other game that's currently taking place, we spoke about it on commentary. We watched Matias Bonanno struggle.
Yeah.
It's a must-win game. Getting any points on the board is essential right now.
Yeah, I need 3 points personally, and I think he really does need to get a result here. My poor Caramos, so I'm going for Bonanno. We're typing a pie up there. That's it.
And you know what? I'm going to double down. I'm going ×2.
That is what we need. Oh, you could have used the cross there. You missed out on the cross.
Do it again. Right again. Right pie.
We're going again. Just want to show you what this thing can do. It's fantastic. No, we definitely didn't play noughts and crosses earlier in the break.
I'm going to go as well. ×2. Times. We're having too much fun. 2.
There we go.
There you go. That's who we think is going to win. Bonanno. Let's head over to the casters for one final time.
Yeah, forget Gary Neville and the team there that break down football. That's how you preview these FC Pro matchups. Richard Buckley and Pieface. They might be joining us in the commentary booth for this final game, but we have to add on to what they're talking about because it is so true. There has to be a winner in this game. Matias Bonanno against FacuCowen. There has to be a winner. If there isn't a winner, and you're looking at how the other players are getting on, PHzin's done. He's got 10 points in the bag. You've got 2 players that are both on 6 points, you said, I believe, right?
Yeah.
They have to win to stay in the conversation.
Yeah, it's an important game, as you said, for both players. Matias starting off 0 points out of the first 9 available. FacuCowen has 1 point. He got that from getting a point, last minute against PHzin. But look at the player cams between all of the players who are currently playing in this round. FacuCowen, as you mentioned, up against Matias. Happy up against Young.
Some big matchups between handful of these players. I think what's more interesting as well was just looking at the Swiss records for a lot of these players that came through. It was Young. They had to play against Happy in round 4 of the FC Pro Open Global Qualifier, where I went back and forth in a 5-3 matchup then.
It's very aggressive with his triggering of runs there with both fullbacks, Hakimi and Mendy on either side for FacuCowen. A mistake there, giving away possession, but fortunately rebounded to him again.
Valverde finds Mendy again. This is our last round of action here in tonight's FC Pro Open from Group B. We just spoke to PHzin, who, rightly so, is feeling very confident. Unbeaten, 10 points. That's the most we've seen so far in a night. We saw that last week in Group A. 2 players on 10 points in Emre Yilmaz and Umit. PHzin being the next player to join the 10-point group. He can have a relaxing next month or so before he travels back to London to do it all again. However, these two fighting at the bottom of Group B.
Good defending from Matias.
Well, there's been a goal in the other game. Let's check out to see which way it's gone between Happy and Young, 2 teammates of Tuzzy Esports. They match up again, this time in the FC Pro Open in the same group. And it is Young that leads by a goal to nil. Patient build-up, putting on a plate.
He Loves that. He loves that. The cancel with the L1R1 there.
Telles, we jump back across here, Ryan, to see FacuCowen take a 1-goal lead. And if you are two players that have invested in either of these FC Pro Live items, whether it's Locatelli or Caramel, you could be looking at an upgrade in this game. We'll see the goal back again in the replay. It's on Bonanno. PHzin has been so deadly for him. He might have just been a hero in this one.
Yep, exactly. It's to break the deadlock here in traditional fashion, playing towards the byline. Ball roll, cut back. Son, 5-star weak foot. Arrows it into the roof of the net. Matias starts this game 1-0 down in the first 10 minutes. How many points, Brandon, would you say is a good enough haul to give you hope to progress for next? Because you have to remember,
don't you? So you've got to be at least 1 win away
from second place, just to keep the pressure on. You could argue 4 points away.
You have to remember, what, 12 points is the maximum up for grabs every group play. If he can take at least a quarter of them, it just depends on how the other top 2 players do. As we said, 10 is the top amount so far from PHzin. FacuCowen looking for a second. He's in a deadly area. It's a great block from Hakimi, who comes across from right back to a centre-back.
Great block there. Saves him. In fact, good goalkeeper movement again there from Matias as he builds up an attack with the step-overs from Neymar.
What can we see here?
The play-lock pass. Finds a corner. He scored from a set-piece, albeit it was a free kick one time. Can he score from a corner?
One seemed a bit more basic. Chance to counter-attack. This could be very dangerous. Look at the run of Luka Modric.
Oh my God.
Luka Modric catching Matias Bonanno's battle line out completely. So much time, but he does not waste it.
You know what? That clearance there from the corner is incredible, because I really hope it's part of the replay. I want to see that again. It's not enough. We don't get to see that far back, but we're seeing Modric in a goal here, calm and composed. Matias, in my opinion, is good goalkeeping. It moves back and sort of forces.
So often in those positions, Ryan, there's too much time in those moments.
Exactly. You end up flopping the chance to get caught in 2 minds. Should you try and go around the goalkeeper? Should you shoot a cross goal near post? But again, that touch there from FacuCowen with Hansen, the composure to not head it or pass it or lay it off straight away, just to wait and trigger the run there. That is great play.
Well, one thing that we know about FacuCowen, he likes to play against the fellow Argentine. He did face Nicholas in the Open Global Qualifier, which he did beat in round 3. And now he's coming for another one of the big names from his home nation, in Matias Bonanno. I mean, it would be a huge result, not just for him, but for his hope of staying in this tournament. This win would also mean even more, because he'd be on 4 points, Ryan.
Yeah,
he's even more in the conversation.
Absolutely, he'd be in the conversation. Worst case, he could, if he finishes on 4 points, he'd be 5 points behind the person.
Worst possible scenario here is a draw.
For either, of course, absolutely. Someone has to win, for their sake anyway, to give them the best chance to progress as the top 2 into the knockouts. But we've seen 15 minutes, and FacuCowen has started off brilliantly compared to his previous games. 2 goals up. It leaves a mountain to climb already early on for Bonanno. It's a mistake as well. Hansen keeps it in play.
Keep an eye on Mbappe in the far-hand side of your screen. Hansen finds Valverde. This is FacuCowen in control at the moment. 2 goals to 0. He leads against Matias Bonanno.
He could have played that into Son. Don't know, maybe he didn't anticipate having that much space to driven it to the strikers, but opting to recycle possession. We have a goal in the other game. Young versus Happy. The Tuzzy at Derby. It's going to be Happy on the attack here. Ball roll into Mbappe. The McGeady cancel, and he fires it across goal. It's now 1-1 in that game.
Finds an equaliser. Happy has been so impressive in the box. Mechanically. Some of the skill moves he has been combining have been magnificent. There's FacuCowen looking for a third.
Do you know what's scary there? When Heung-min Son is biting up around the edge of the box, just twisting and turning, because you just know any moment a finesse shot could be popped and it could find the top corner. So you have to be wary, you have to move the goalkeeper whilst also closing down the man in possession. And Matias done really well to stop that.
Oh, it's terrible from Bellingham, isn't it? One thing that we know about Matias Bonanno, he has the cheapest 11 players outfield in the 5 billion coin budget. He might be 3-0 down. Can Hansen remain calm? Ball roll, yes he can! It goes from bad to worse for Manchester City's Matias Bonanno, who, as it stands right now, will be getting 0 points from 12 in Group B. But it's that pass there that makes all the difference.
It's just onside. It's a throwback. Lofted through ball first time over the defensive line, catching Matias' defensive line in no man's land. He does well here. He takes an extra touch, which I thought maybe was a little bit too aggressive, but the goalkeeper goes to ground earlier. Ball roll, open goal, and then, yeah, an easy finish.
25 minutes in, FacuCowen might have had a slow start, but 3-0 he leads against Matias Bonanno in no doubt the most important game that he will play so far in this group. That ball roll though, right, it's what changes it. To be that composed in such a pressured moment.
You see that he mapped out that attack in his head already. From the moment he received possession, he knew exactly what he was trying to do there. Still could have triggered runs. That's only triggered the centre back, so he has to stop the attack or slow it down.
Well, we can confirm it is still 1-1 in Young versus Happy. 32 minutes on the clock in that game, 29 here played so far. FacuCowen looking for a fourth.
Yeah, the runs he's triggering in this game. FacuCowen. Oh my goodness. Mbappe's in.
Big chance. Can he get round that Varane?
He does.
Let's try Varane, he's completely out of position.
He has no second man press.
He's been some influential. Back inside, that's deflection there.
That's crazy. Wow.
From Van Dijk's right boot makes all the difference. Quick corner played in. Van Dijk looking for the flick on. Into what looked to be Neymar. And a chance to counter-attack again in a moment where Matias Bonanno did concede earlier on.
It's a nasty little player look there. The player look fake with Hakimi. That's just off. Just offside. Oh.
To still be this focused, Ryan, and to have this much concentration when you've had not the best out of the offices 3 games in. It's ridiculous. There's been a goal over here. Which way has it gone? It's gone the way of Young, of Tuzzy.
Nice touch.
We'll see it again. João Cancelo plays into the path of Mbappe, and it's that first little sprint touch there that makes all the difference.
See you later. Mbappe, he's too quick. Once he gets that touch there, the pace. Yeah, quick step, he's gone.
Keep an eye on the run of Hansen. Just offside now. Luka Modric will still look to drive this attack forward. Hakimi just about stays onside.
The second man press there with Sonny's dived in.
Step over exits, goes wide and doesn't even go for a corner.
Yes, unlucky there. I'm not sure if he's timed or not. It's hard to tell, but maybe the presence there of the defender slightly could have put him off. Well, I've not had the privilege of being able to watch FacuCowen at all. Despite him going 7-0, I genuinely didn't see much of his gameplay.
Didn't really see him, did we, on broadcast?
Zero. This is the first time I'm seeing him properly anyway. I'm in a full game. He's unbelievable. I'm surprised how he's been struggling so far. But I think maybe that break could have helped him reset and come back rejuvenated for this game, because he started off extremely well. I could have jinxed it.
Can he defend this attack? Yes, he can again.
Risky. He plays out.
He has had quite the story, FacuCowen. He's been competing for a couple of years now. 20 years of age. Did feature in the eLaLiga out in Argentina as he leads by 4 goals to 0.
Yeah, that's a rough mistake. That is a... Yeah.
I mean, if there's a time to play Matias Bonanno, Ryan Bissaro, it's when he's lost every single game in the group stages, and as it stands right now, he's holding out for some sort of hero. Again, it's just a loss of possession.
Yeah, it's a mistake, but it's also commendable, the press there, trying to win possession, advanced defending, shoulder barging Militao with Mbappe, then predicting the pass, and then was dinking it with Neymar, an open goal. It was always going to end up finding the back of the net. So 4 goals to 0 just before half-time. again, just a gift. He's giving away possession there. It's very, very unlike Matias. Again, another mistake. I don't know what I'm watching here.
And as we said, as it currently stands, I'll speak after this attack comes in first and foremost. As it currently stands, PHzin, as we said, leads this group. He's played all his games. He's on 10 points. Young and Happy both joint, as it currently stands, in second and third. That game is currently 2-1, so that would actually mean that Young would be in second place on 9 points. Happy would remain on 6 in third. Cowen would go
4 points
to 4 points, and again will remain in the conversation very much so. I mean, it's 5 points away from from second place.
Yeah, he's definitely in the conversation with that. This win, if he manages to see it out, I know it's 4-0. It looks as if it's all over. There's still time.
And then for Matias Bonanno, I think you could be looking at.
He would need everything to go in his favour, but it's
every single scenario, wouldn't you, in your mind? I'm just looking here in front of me at the stats. As it currently stands, Matias Bonanno scored 7 goals, conceded 18, 0 points on the board. Well, we'll jump across and move to another game in the meantime. We're waiting to get this going, but you're absolutely right. There has to be a dramatic turnaround there. 4 goals needed in 45 minutes. Look, the halves are longer, but it would need an FC24 miracle. Back to this one, though. Young kicking from right to left in that white strip. Happy might be trailing by 2-1.
Oh, great step.
Overall, has had a pretty positive day at the office. Aside of his last game, where he did lose 7-1 against PHzin, but before that, he has won 2 on the bounce, beating Matias Bonanno.
Look at Valverde, so powerful.
Still in possession somehow is the Uruguayan. Huge switch of play. Keep in mind that these upgrades will happen in the next few days for these FC Pro Live items, the ones that you can see just on the side of the players' face cams. Speaking of upgrades, William will still remain the pricey player in this group, nearly 1 million coins. Will be going up to an 89 at least. The play starter position modifier coming through onto his in-game item. I hate to play him in the weekend league.
Yeah, it would be a nightmare with those attacking stats, technical play style as well.
We see a bit of an extension here for Young, looking for a 2-goal cushion. Cancelo in the dangerous area. Mbappe, all the time in the world.
That little move there, Brandon, you see it every single time. It's like he's mastered it. That little cancel there with the pass.
And we'll see it again on the replay as you were speaking. Gets the ball there, delays it. You've got the ongoing run of Mbappe. He gets the angle right. It's a case of just aiming where he wants to leave it in the goal. Koundé, Virgil van Dijk, nowhere to be seen inside. Still a long time to be played, but remember, whoever wins this game will take that second spot in the group and will only be 1 point away from PHzin. As much as PHzin has been unbeatable, he's not unreachable. Alphonso Davies keeps Ryan Pessoa.
That is
in shock.
Straight away from the kickoff, but that run there from Alphonso was ridiculous.
Do you think sometimes when that fullback goes wrong, you're just like, you're going to pass, aren't you?
You sort of try to cut the lane for the pass inside. He does a double tap R1 there to try and defend it, having the AI cut some of the lanes, but yeah, it wasn't enough. There was a lot of space in this situation, and then the ball roll pass. Vinny takes a touch back where it came from, near post, and he has an instant response.
Great time to get it as well, just to keep the game even more tight. The battle for second place. Oh, they're both going to be joint on the table on points, maybe not on goal difference. This game was to end as a draw. Looking for that 2-goal cushion again. Vinicius Junior wins a corner. Towards the back post, Mbappe! Just offside. FacuCowen against Matias Bonanno has also just kicked off. That is in the 55th minute. We'll leave that game because as it currently stands, it's 4-0 to FacuCowen.
Trivela.
Vinicius, Trivela! Timed it green, but still. Was matched up by Allison. If you'd like to get involved in the conversation at home as well, what would you like to see as next week's squad building requirements? Let us know some suggestions in the chat. We've had 5 million coins this week plus one of the promo players. It was the same scenario the week before. Got to make the most of this now. He's young. Referee! Penalty! It's Koundé into the book. Modric from the spot to make it 4 goals to 2. He does. Just to head himself in front that little bit more towards that second place.
It's a big moment there for Young. You see happy. Oh, it's a tough one. He commits. He presses tackle. It's a tough one to concede, but then the penalty
I
straight
thought the
down.
ref was going to say get up. Yellow card, get up.
Young takes it, puts it down the middle.
Well, we do have an update for you. FacuCowen against Matias Bonanno. If you are a Bonanno fan or a Man City esports fan, you might not want to see the highlights, as there has been another goal towards FacuCowen, who leads now by 5 goals to 0. We'll give it to you as soon as we can see it. Massive goal though for FacuCowen, who actually may have just made it even worse. As soon as we can give you an update in that game, we shall do it. But FacuCowen could be on 4 points to remain in the conversation. Pause comes in this one for Happy. Young not done with this game yet. Wants another goal just to ensure he is through. This is brilliant dribbling from Alexis Putellas. One more pass, finds Mbappe. And again, the tackle was good from Alphonso Davies.
Just triggering the runs there. With Mbappe, you can just run.
Putellas, Hansen. Interchanging well.
Look at Mbappe.
Van Dijk tries to just track his run, does enough. At that point, you're sort of just gambling for the pass to work.
It's rash.
This could be dangerous. Cancelo was there on the run. Big switch of play, goes the other way now. Last 17 minutes now. This is our concluding round here in Group B. In case you missed it, headline news, PHzin, top goal scorer in the group with the most points as well, unbeaten, 10 points for the Ajax esports Brazilian player. And it looks to be Young of Tuzzy to take second spot after this first week of Group B play. Remember that all the groups will have 2 rounds of matches. They'll play every player twice. That will happen on the early stages of January next year. Still have 2 more weeks to conclude before the end of this year. This could make it game over. Into a pause we shall go. Well, this is what we've been missing, Ryan. Then we said there's goals in the other game. Matias Bonanno, it's not looking any better for him, unfortunately. You can just see him slouch back in his Hammer Miller chair. This was to make it 5. Mbappe will take those all day long over the top, but it got worse, Ryan. It was a 6th goal as well.
Yeah, the ball in, little dink into Heung-min Son, twisting and turning at the byline, playing it back into Mendy, and it's a Trivela into the top corner. Goal number 6 for FacuCowen. It's good for his goal difference, but yeah, the result itself seems to be all sold up and done and dusted in that game.
What changes in 2 weeks there? Is it the team? Is it
mentality as well? Going into it, it's just he seems very defeated, of course, and it's easier said than done to just be able to reset and bounce back. You don't have a lot of time between games. You kind of just have to kickstart and hope. If you don't start off well, you know, as a group format, you're going to be chasing, and that's tough to keep in the mindset of having the belief. So yeah, he can. Yeah, it's difficult.
Been the ideal day in the office at all. Final 10 minutes.
Do a bit of a counter-attack here.
There's a player look there by Vinicius Jr., which he will then take. This is Happy.
Yeah, using the second man press there, selected on Virgil, and then manually selecting him just to step across there and retrieve possession. Tried it. Tried that first time, ball over the top. 10 minutes to go. You think Happy would be a little bit more reserved, resort to game management, but he's just going forward, Brandon, every single time. Yeah, and Happy on the attack here, space.
Looking for one back, gets one. Have to remember that this was the Mexican player that was involved in some of the craziest games we saw in the Open qualifier, including the longest penalty shootout we've ever seen. It was like an 11-11 penalty shootout. We went that deep into them.
Space was opened up there, greening it at the near post, but that was just sort of echoing on what I was saying. Keep possession, game management, 10 minutes left to go. You're 2 goals up. You don't have to get another goal to win the game. You can just sort of slow the pace down a little bit, but he tried over-the-top passes that weren't necessarily on.
8 more minutes.
And now he's got a scary last few moments of this game. You don't want to draw from this position.
Well, also, this is where subs can come in massively to help you out. Mendy finds Ousmane Dembele.
Oh,
there's the
nice.
cutback. Defended well. Chance to counter-attack now. Keep an eye on the bottom half of your screen.
He's in.
And potentially the run that Hansen can make.
Yeah, that pace.
There it is. Mbappe, one more pass. Nice. Oh, he's genius! From Happy, it's Hakimi of all people that has run the length of the pitch to find that equaliser.
Yeah, that's a massive goal there. You see the pace from Vinny. Burning Van Dijk there. Mbappe making that great run in at the near post. A first-time little back-heeled pass, and Hakimi open goal.
He just comes from nowhere. Look, number 18 on your screen, yeah. Hakimi. Look at the run.
He's calling for it from way back.
Points to his head. 4-4. 86 on the clock. Are we looking at a draw here? Both players will be on the same point tally. But it would be Young that would remain in front on goal difference.
Good step.
He currently has a +4 better goal difference than Happy does. That comes off the back of that PHzin 7-1 defeat, of course. Last 2 minutes. Are we on for a winner? To see who will be taking that second place in the group. Possession back to Happy now. His last chance to get the ball forward. He did it before in the Open qualifier. Remember, he scored a 90th minute winner with Mbappe. Can we see it again? 3 minutes of added time. Let's see.
Yes, go forward now.
Can happen. Waiting for the last chance, the last kick to get that ball over the halfway line. To register the last attack. There it is. And there's Alphonso Davies, who's just got enough left in the tank to get the ball forward. Possession does fall back to Happy again. 5 in-game seconds left. Is there enough time to get this ball into the box? Vinicius Jr., a couple of step-overs. Mbappe reversal has to go. Happy cuts it back. Still could be alive. One more chance, and no. That nearly was a dramatic ending to Group B. He can't quite believe how that's not gone in. 4-4 in the end. It will be a draw between those two. They'll both be on 7 points in Group B, but it will be Young that sits in second place with a goal difference advantage.
Yep, that was a crazy end to the game there. We saw Young, as I said, up by 2, 10 minutes to go, Brandon. I thought maybe he would slow it down a little bit, but he stuck to his game plan, stuck to his aggressive nature and building up. And you could argue that it's cost him, in fairness. It's tough to say, but we're joining this game between FacuCowen and Matias Bonanno live. The 90th minute plus 2 minutes added on 7-1. You could say as well, that game drawing, Brandon, is very, very impactful for both of these players. It gives Matias, who is ends the day on 0.
One win. Yeah. FacuCowen, 1 win away, he will be.
He could be in second place.
As we said, Matias Bonanno, unfortunately, will be on 0 points from 12. He sits bottom of this group, but that's not what many surprised somebody expected, sorry, at all. It certainly is a surprise. Full time. FacuCowen with one of the biggest results he will have today. He may be second bottom in Group B, but he's 4 points on the board, and he is 1 win away from second and 2 wins away from top spot. He's still in the conversation. We said that. Someone had to win that game. Someone simply had to win that game. A draw would have not been good enough. Again, for Matias Bonanno, he knows that's not good enough by his own standards. Unfortunately for him, he has to go back and work at every single scenario now of if there's any way that he can somehow get through.
Yeah, as I said, just that draw there between Young and Happy brings it down from being 9 points in second place to now 7. So it's in touch. It's not that far away. If he has a perfect day and obviously things fall in place for him, he is still in the conversation, but that loss there is going to be detrimental, obviously, and FacuCowen taking the win there. 4 points compared to what he started on, definitely will take that.
Absolutely. After what? A really slow start. He lost 2 games, and then he goes and draws against PHzin.
Last minute as well.
And then he goes and beats Matias Bonanno.
Yeah.
I don't think you'd have expected the results maybe to go that way.
Yeah, exactly. But he's done well to sort of redeem the day and give himself a fighting chance going into game match, or match week number 2, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of FC Pro Live upgrades as well that will be coming towards some of these players. The best player you could have had in this group, of course, is that Van der Boomen that PHzin does have his hands on. It was an SBC, unfortunately, though, so you cannot buy it if you have been impressed tonight. PHzin said simply, you're just unlucky if you didn't do the SBC. We didn't, and of course, we are very good. I believe Jaime Alvarez did it, though, Gravison, so he's the lucky one out of us.
Yeah, exactly. It was tactical from him. I'll say it's more tactical than luck, but yeah, I made a mistake, I'll be honest. I'm gutted. I'll be completely honest with you, I'm gutted.
Absolutely. Well, look, commentary is done from here. I believe Jaime Alvarez is catching up with one of these players right now to see how they feel after today's games.
Yes, we're here with Facu, and first of all, I wanted to ask Facu if he's happy with his day overall, because he was nearly drawing 0 points out of 9 in the game against PH, but then ended up with 4, so I'm going to ask him. Estuviste muy cerca de quedarte con 0 puntos de 9 contra PH porque empataste en el 90 y acabaste el día con 4 puntos. ¿Estás contento como acabaste el día o quieres sumar más, querías sumar más puntos que 4?
No, la verdad no estoy muy conforme. Después de los 2 primeros partidos sí, el empate por lo menos me dio como poder sumar un punto importante. Pero bueno, esto es largo, cada partido, falta mucho todavía, faltan 4 partidos más. Encima, bueno, Mati tiene 0 puntos, pero sabemos el jugador que es Mati. Va a estar muy duro, pero sí, la verdad no estoy tan conforme con los 4 puntos.
He's not happy overall because he doesn't feel like he's the player that can make 4 points and be happy, and he knows Mati being at the just bottom of the group can still win the 4 matches and just pass him, so he's not happy and he just feels like he has 4 more matches to just win more points. I wanted to ask him as well, because I don't know if he saw, but the other match was a draw, and that fits him really well because now there are 7 points and he's just 3 points behind, so I'm just going to ask him because of that position. En este partido, que estaba jugándose ahora, se empató al final Happy 2 goles en los últimos minutos y eso hizo un 4-4, 7 puntos, lo que te pone que estás muy cerca de esa posición. ¿Te ves capaz de quedar segundo la semana que viene?
Sí, no tengo duda de que ahora voy a entrenar como nunca. Siento que tengo una gran chance. Voy a prepararme mejor que para este torneo y sí, me voy a preparar para estar entre los 2 primeros.
He feels he has a great chance to just end up top 2 of the group because he's just 3 points behind those 2 players, so he's gonna train more and he just feels like he has what it takes to just be on the top 2 of the group next time. Lastly, any words to Spanish fans? ¿Algunas palabras para los fans españoles?
No, bueno, más que nada la gente de Argentina que sé que
perdón, Argentina.
Claro, que sé que me está bancando. Bueno, mi familia, mis amigos y a mi club, a Gimnasia, que ganó, que es de primera, así que vámonos.
So he's just sending his love to all the Argentinian fans. Throw it over to the desk.
We whapper. Thank you so much, guys. FacuCowen 7, Bonanno 1. So Facu ending the night in style, even if it didn't start how he intended it to. Meanwhile, Young 4, Happy 4, which makes the table very interesting indeed, because that means on goal difference, Young is in second position against his old mate, PHzin, who managed to really sweep the board tonight and sit the last game out on the sidelines and have a nice time watching his opponents, because he does have to go up against them in our second leg next year. So I imagine he's already analysing them and wondering how he's going to win those mind games in the second leg. Bonanno, on the other hand, a bit of a shocker of the night for him. So I think that maybe we won't dwell on this any longer. We've got a bit of time to kind of digest this one. And in the meantime, we're going to head over to the boys on the breakdown board to talk through some of the brighter moments of this evening's action.
Absolutely. It was a real poor performance, it's got to be said, by Bonanno here tonight. But we're not here to dwell on that, as Frankie said. We're here to dwell on the greatness and the Sony PS5 Player of the Day. Pieface, you picked it.
Yes.
Tell me why you picked this man in particular.
So we are going with Happy as our Player of the Day. Now, obviously, a lot of people are saying PHzin would be the obvious choice, but we expected a big performance from him, and we got that. And you know what, Happy, he's come out great last game there as well. Obviously, 4-4, quality matchup. As we've got him up again against Bonanno. A little bit lucky there with the ball off the post, but he's played very well today.
He has. I mean, that sort of end to the day was really what put him in contention. It's got to be said. Look at the time on this game, 85th minute. He finds himself back into this tie. Lovely extra pass.
Yeah, I do like that little knock from Mbappe there.
He was very composed. Even you saw the big reactions, you saw the emotion from him, but he always was rooted sort of in his own game.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the Vamos, you know. I love the passion. I love the belief. Obviously, he's got dad behind him. It's great to see.
So there you have it. Sony PS5 Player of the Day went to Happy. Pi, should we back over to the desk?
Absolutely.
Let's walk on over.
Please join us, gents, because we've got to talk about what we learned today. And I learned that what I've been doing wrong in game, I've not been scoring with my defenders, Brandon.
I'm still learning that as well, so don't worry.
You've not been scoring with anyone.
Sorry, I'm sorry. No problem. See you later.
Don't apologise now.
Fine, and we'll be seeing Brandon next week during Group C. We've also learned that actually FacuCowen, he needs to find his feet, but now he's starting to find them a little, because drawing against PHzin and also beating Matias Bonanno, yes, as slightly defeated Matias Bonanno before he even entered the booth, let's face it, but still, a win is a win for FacuCowen.
Yeah, and 7 goals as well is quite extravagant. Obviously, it's tough there for Matias, because mentally, when you're 4-0 down on the bottom of the group at half-time, how do you come back? But a great performance for him.
Yeah, he was checked. I think one thing that I've learned for today is previous instalments don't mean anything if you don't come onto this stage and perform to the best degree. Michael Levin last week, he was a favourite coming into it, 0 points. Bonanno this week, I think even a bigger shock because of how good he was at the global qualifier, 0 points.
And a big shocker, because I believe everyone on this table did not complete their Vanderboom and SBC.
I did.
Done it.
I did as well. I did as well.
I had no fodder. My fodder was gone. I had no fodder.
You know what it is? These three have been moaning that they haven't done it so much. I forgot the guys that did do their homework. Also, I got asked by the official account on Instagram, did you borrow that jumper?
I did, from Pi.
Oh, it's Pi's jumper?
It was, yeah. That's why I actually got some nice praise from people online as well to say that the hair looked nice, and I've been actually told in previous weeks I look like a bag of washing. So this, a lot of praise.
Did your mum say that to you?
No.
I love it. Look, you actually matched my trousers. I love it. Look, we're synergising, or at least me and Pieface are synergising, because this isn't yours. So I'm hoping that you're going to swap an item of clothing back.
It's freezing. I need it back, mate. It's cold.
He's got a long way home to Plymouth. We should take a look at Group C ahead of next week, because this is going to be so spicy. We've got Manu Bashore, Gravison.
I mean, he's just the world champion right now, so you expect him to be the top of the group. But he's gonna be facing tough competition. But still, I think
It's Anders' time.
Anders' time. I see that smile.
Every time
I see that smile.
The guy is just like so excited to watch. It's great. It's the head of the monitor, you know. It's pure.
I'm so looking forward to having Anders back. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to have him on the desk, because we literally still have a green stain on the desk from when he wasn't able to open the
over
door.
here.
Yeah, over 1 million people have watched the clip of Anders not being able to open his ball on Instagram. If you're not following, by the way, please do. It's a lovely account. They're always
Definitely.
posting clips which are either really impressive or, well, the ones that involve me are just embarrassing. But, you know, if you like that kind of thing, it's out there for you. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us. Pi, it's been an absolute pleasure, mate.
Thank you for having me.
Learn a lot more than I expected to from you.
Yeah, well, I tell you, I've learnt a lot from the guys playing and you guys here, so thank you.
Yeah, so no excuses for turning in a bad draft next week. 2 rounds are now completed in the FC Pro Open. It's fair to say that most of our predictions have gone out of the window. Big names are falling and new challengers are taking this stage by storm. We go again next Monday with 5 more of the best players in the world going head-to-head in our arena. Be sure to join us for that one. From all of us, adios!
Adios.
Inside the box, Modric offloads it to Hansen. And again,